Hello, everybody. Hope everybody is all right as we start another live show. Another live show is in the air. And so this is good. This is good. And let's put up the chat here. And there we are. Okay, so let's start it up and make sure that everything's all right. Let me check something here. So the microphone is, of course, I really need to find the good place for the on the air sign. It's not totally correct there too. It's hidden. But let me just check if like that. Okay. Welcome aboard, everybody. This is the Wednesday edition of the Shortwave show. And we, of course, talk about radio and have a lot of fun with radio. It's always cool to be here and share our passion for something very interesting and common that we all have, and it's radio. And I mean, this is cool. Radio is definitely something that is mysterious. You know, you look at all the signals. There was a yesterday when there was a post, and several of you actually received the same signal, and it sounded like some kind of, Link 11 NATO signal. I'm not sure it was that, but it was right smack in the middle of the 20-meter band on 14.270. It was pretty crazy because it's one of those things that appears on the amateur bands, and we're always like, yeah, that shouldn't be there. It's not. I didn't hear it today, so I don't know if it was there, but I didn't hear it today. It's interesting. These are the mysterious little things and signals that we get on the bands, and we don't know exactly where they come from. It's kind of interesting. That is part of why I keep my interest up. They're mysterious signals, and it's not just international broadcasting on shortwave. It's a lot of different things. So it's kind of interesting to see that there was a signal there. And, when you go through the bands and you start looking around what's in there, you find tons of little things here and there. It's just a question of tuning around. And unfortunately, a lot of people don't take the time to tune around, to take the time to look at what's on the bands. Because you got to be patient on the radio, and you got to tune, because that's how you're going to really, be happy to see that radio is alive with signals, and that the other thing is, and that's curious, because the other thing is, I get a lot of posts of people saying, well, I hear all these stations on internet radio. Yeah, well, you're not hearing military communications. You're not hearing mysterious number stations. You're not hearing tons of things. You're missing out on a whole world of signals. And when somebody tells me, well, I'm glad I have my internet radio, not listening to that trash, the only thing that I can figure out is, if you don't like radio, why don't you, stop bothering people that do? Because obviously you're biased, and you think that, you don't even understand what it is all about. And, that happens from time to time. But, it's a world out there, and it's really, really cool to have all of that world out there. And when somebody says, well, there's nothing on shortwave, well, I think you're limiting yourself to very, very small, a very small spectrum of what is out there. because actually there's tons of things out there. You just got to search for it, and you just got to tune that radio, and that's very important to do so, because without tuning, if you don't take the time to do so, you are missing out on a whole world of interesting stuff out there that's kind of curious. So tune around, and it's there's a mystery also. And like last week, when we were tuning that number station, and everybody had a few comments of, wow, this is my first number station, I'm so excited. And you're like, you know what, this is what it's all about. It's interesting, it's interesting because um the the amount of things that pop up here and there when you start tuning, it's pretty surprising. And it just need, one of the things that you need is the lowest noise possible. And I think a lot of people that have abandoned shortwave have abandoned over time because of the high noise level. um you know it's no secret, anybody out there that has gone to a de-expedition or has just taken the radio out for a walk to a park. Yeah, I know people take dogs for a walk to the park, but us radio geeks take our radios out for a walk to the park. And suddenly there's less noise, and you notice that the radio comes alive with a lot of signals. And that's where you see that, unfortunately, our urban lives, our technology is sad, because it's blocking a lot of the stuff that we could hear if it wasn't the case. And you got to take the time to find those signals, and you can take the time to maybe listen in a different location. It's really sad because um I say it often. It's sad to um it's sad, but one of the biggest problems that is around us is that because of that noise, um, many people just stopped listening because they wanted to listen from their homes. In some cases, and we got to say it, in some cases, you can't. Absolutely, people that live in an apartment complex, condos. That's a hard environment. That's a harsh environment. You have no control over your neighbors. You have no control over what technology is used around you that creates all of the noise that you might be hearing on the bands. That's a rough one, because there's nothing you can do about it. And in some cases, well, that also means you need to listen from somewhere else. You need to listen from a park, or just go far away from your homes. And I know that for a lot of people that is a problem, because that's not what they wished. And the marketing is also a problem. The marketing on these radios, listen to the world. Yeah, yeah, yeah. You can, but it is almost like um, you know it's just like pretending that you just turn it on and that thing gets signals everywhere. And that's a problem, because it's not exactly like that. And I'm pretty sure that a lot of people return to radio saying, well, my radio's broken, I'm not receiving anything. Or, no, this is a scam. It's not true. You don't hear signals from over the world with this. And that, I can bet you there's a lot of people that got there. It was different in the 70s and 80s and 60s when we were listening in. The noise levels were down. There was quite a lot of signals targeted at us also. So you would turn on a radio and you would hear stuff. Even a bad radio would work, and you could hear all sorts of things. But it's it's something that unfortunately it's hard to explain. And for a lot of people, it's something that they just they don't understand it because they don't know that it's like that. Unless you come across something like this, a show that talks to you about the radios and what you can hear, you're kind of in the dark of exactly what's happening. And even then, how many people come to my channel saying, I purchased that radio that you have, and you hear things that I don't, and I don't understand it. Is my radio broken? I get that quite often, by the way. A message, and somebody's saying, I think my radio's broken. I'm getting nothing. And after talking and explaining, you understand that, well, you probably have too much noise around you. And then you suggest to try a few things, and then they come back and they say, oh, yeah, I went to the park. I tuned the frequencies and times that you said. I heard those signals. Yeah, they are there. They're washed out. That's the biggest problem. So we got to live through that. Unfortunately, we can't complain about it because we can't do anything about it, or pretty much anything about it, except mitigate. Like the MLA30 loop is an example. It's a way to mitigate the noise. It's not going to remove the noise. It's not a miracle antenna that just gets the signals and removes the noise. But it improves because it's less sensitive to some part of and some types of noise, and often it brings in signals that you wouldn't hear normally. But we are geeks. We have to also understand one thing: we are real radio geeks. We are guys that are the tough crowd of the radio world, where we just don't abandon and just want to continue listening to a lot of stuff. So it's kind of interesting when you look at it. So it's not very expensive, and it does an amazing job at what it needs to do, and that's really cool. For those asking what's on 15310 at this time, it's the BBC from Philippines, BBC World Service from the Philippines, but that is probably something you guys hear mostly on the West Coast. Here on the East, we probably don't hear anything with that. So BBC World Service. Can you guys try Radio Thailand? Radio Thailand is on 13.7 750. 7. Radio Thailand is on 13.7. Trying to find Thailand here. Thailand. 13. Did I say 15? No, 13.7. Oops, my computer sound is on, it seems. So Radio Thailand is on 13.750 at this time. It's directed to the East Coast. I haven't heard it in a while here. I don't know if I hear anything. Whoops, wrong frequency here. 13750. Here we go. And no, I've got Cuba on 13.740, but nothing on 750. But you guys on the West Coast might hear it. Radio Thailand is in English for an hour at this time. 13.750 on the West Coast. Some of you might hear it. So anyways, it's shortwave. And let me just lower this for the computer. And kind of interesting. Okay. Let's check out. So my name is Gilles. I'm located in Montreal, Quebec, Canada. We are live twice a week with radio shows where we talk about shortwave, medium wave, long wave. We even have a VHF, UHF channel where we're live the first Sunday of the month. So welcome aboard. My name is Gilles, and I'm in Montreal, Quebec, Canada. There's a beautiful chat room with beautiful people that are helpful, fun, and just want to share all the information that they can. It's always cool to, have such a wonderful crowd watching that just is here to say, to help out and to enjoy and share the passion for radio. So it's really, really cool to have that. And of course, when the show's over, there's a Facebook group, which is the same name as this channel, official SWL channel. And the fun continues there. People posting what they're listening to, their Radio Shacks, pictures of their radios. And even I post regularly what I'm listening to or looking at. It's really, really cool. And it's a great place where everybody's polite and everybody's nice and helpful, which is exactly what we want, especially today when we start with our hobby, which is a much more difficult start for a lot of people than it was, in the 70s or 80s when there were tons of singles out there. Okay, Bobby Burgess, nice to have you here. WA5107 SWL in Louisiana. Dennis, nice to have you here, my friend. Matt, MDK2, nice to have you here from Denver, Colorado. Yeah, it's going to get cold here too as the week progresses. We're going to have up to minus 22, minus 23 Celsius. Just this close, because here, if the temperature gets to around minus 25-ish, my cold water, my water freezes. I have to leave a little bit of water dripping to make sure it doesn't freeze. We're not going to get there, but we're very close to it. Around minus 21, 22 this for a couple of nights coming in the next few days. So I guess the stray cat is going to be sleeping here quite a lot, as she's been almost every night anyways, sleeping here to keep warm. So it's kind of nice. Michael Thompson, nice to have you on board. Shady Pyro 90, nice to have you on board from British Columbia. Log 2112, nice to have you here. 6784 USB, any ideas? This is about how a dozen places up and down the spectrum hearing on SDR console from Nassau Bay, Texas. 6784, I don't know. Let me just go there to 6784. See if I hear anything in here. Nope, nothing much here. Nothing much on 6784 over here. What else do we have? And you've got stuff on 6609. Wondering what does it sound like? I think you might have some noise or something that's creating that, or some local interference. Especially if it's lines and a lot of things that they're all kind of spaced out pretty regularly. It's not impossible you've got noise. Mr. Bales RF, nice to have you here. Glenn, nice to have you here. Simplio, nice to have you on board from Oklahoma. Mr. Bailey from Portland, Oregon. Simplio says, never thought the polar vortex would let loose this much. Yeah, it's funny because I've been watching the weather. I watch the weather every morning. The first thing I do is, it's a habit of mine. I watch the weather. And of course, I watch it on the Environment Canada webpage. And there you see the alerts, because when you just go there, the first thing I see is the map of Canada. And of course, you have the little red and yellow colors depending on the types of warnings or weather alerts. And when I was watching, I think it was Monday, there was part of Western Canada in red. And out of curiosity, I clicked because I wanted to know exactly what was happening. And it was weather warnings because it was very cold. And you guys in the West, Alberta, I've seen temperatures of minus 36, minus 37. That's crazy cold. And of course, as the week went on, like from Sunday to today, more and more of the Canadian map was red. And this morning when I looked at the weather, even here in Quebec, there was a part of Quebec that was now red. and it's all the same thing, all because of the really, really cold weather coming. So it's pretty crazy. Seems that we're really going to have a cold spell. We can't complain too much because, especially here in Quebec, the weather hasn't been that nasty. Actually, we've enjoyed a rather warm winter until now. And we just now have some snow because we almost didn't have any snow. And even, at Christmas, there was almost nothing on the ground. So winter now is here, which is kind of interesting. California white wine, Beringer, something like that, from California. Pretty good. A little sweet, but pretty good. Glenn got his first COVID vaccination. Cool. Congratulations on that here. It's a little bit of a mess right now, what's happening with vaccination. Things are going to take longer than they're supposed to. But I can't wait for everybody to be there and to be in our lives to hopefully go back to a certain normality by the end of this year, hopefully. David, KJ4CMY, nice to have you on board. 72 Fahrenheit in Atlanta. That's perfect weather to go outside with radio. Not, it's just perfect. It's not too warm. You go outside, you're just okay, and you listen to the radio. What else do we have? Like 2112 says, I actually thought Jill did these get-togethers about mid-afternoon. Isn't this evening later than usual? On the Wednesday, it's always been at this time. It's always evening North America, pretty much late afternoon to evening on the Wednesday time, because I'm trying to get two different audiences. One, the Wednesday is later because I know that I'm getting an audience, like for example, in India and India, Pakistan, and these areas where I do have some viewers. And Australia and all of that in the Pacific, it's a reasonable time for them also to be watching. So I'm trying to get, I know that for Europe it's very late, and so if you're a nighttime person, it's perfect. But if you're not, I totally understand it. It's after midnight almost everywhere, it's everywhere in Europe. But it is to get a different audience. I even had an idea where maybe I could try once maybe a 10 in the morning show local, which would be 15 hours universal time, to see what other type of audiences do I get from that time frame. That would not favor North America as much unless you wake up early. And so, it's a little experimental. This is a international show. And the problem with international show is that, when I do the show, there are places where it's middle of the night and you're not going to wake up. Although some of you do wake up very early to watch my show. But for the most part, it's middle of the night everywhere, a lot of places. And so by having the show at different times, I try to help out in having some regions that don't get the Saturday show because it's middle of the night, maybe get this show because we are a different time frame. So the Wednesday show is always 0 UTC, which is 7 p.m. Eastern. It's the Saturday show that is mid-afternoon-ish Eastern time. And of course favors Europe a lot more because you guys are just in the evening in Europe, and it's perfect for you guys as a time frame to watch. Daryl, nice to have you here from Northern Ontario, going down to near minus 30 Celsius tonight. It's not going to be that cold yet here, but we're in minus 8 right now, and it's going to be, I think, minus 16 tonight. So, what else do we have? What else do we have? Mark Cope, nice to have you here. WA5153SWL in Dallas, Texas. William Helms, nice to have you on board on board at from Florida. It's the other way around. It's Wednesdays at 0 UTC and Saturday at 20 UTC. William, it's the other way around. Mr. Bell's listening to some hams on 7133 40-meter band. Let's check out this 40-meter band just out of curiosity. Let's go 7200 here, and let's check out what's got a lot of interference lines today. I don't know why. I don't usually have that much. Something that is running is creating a lot of interference. Okay, yeah, there's some activity on 72 on the 40-meter band. Let's check it out a little bit. Some stations in Spanish on 7208. 7150.
I thought about getting me a fan dipole for 80 or 150. Oh yeah, Roger. What are you running? You don't see that going down here.
7279. I like 40-meter band. It's a nice band. I've heard one that I was following a lot in the last few months. That there's this ham radio operator in South Africa. Usually shows up around 0200. Often very low in the frequency range, around 7130-ish. And always nice to have that, and to have this guy listening to this guy from South Africa make contacts to North America. But I haven't heard him in a little while, so I don't know if he's active right now. But usually when he is, he's there almost every night around 03 or 400 UT until he starts fading out because of the daytime pat that's starting to, it's summer in South Africa. So the sun rises very early. So as the sun rises, we start getting the fade out of his signal, usually around 05 or 5:30 UT, when it's almost impossible to listen to anymore. I miss that. I like listening to ham stations from far away like that. I like, I know that it's not always interesting, and not everybody's interested in that, because I often get ham radio operators are boring to listen to. Yeah, it depends what you want. Of course, a lot of them don't have, great conversations, or maybe you're not really, don't find it really cool to hear a guy making just quick contacts with stations everywhere. I like the guys that make quick contacts for a simple reason, is that when you stay there, you are able to often listen and hear stations from a lot of countries. So, if someone, especially when they're like, they're far away. The other day I was listening to a guy on a 40-meter band. The guy was in Belgium, and so I, when I saw that it was a Belgian ham, I stayed on the frequency and heard him make contacts up to the west coast of Vancouver, and even in the U.S., a lot of U.S. stations. Kind of fun. I like to, there's the kick of, well, I'm listening to ham that is from Belgium, and the other kick is, well, I'm hearing all these stations making contacts with him, so it's kind of cool. And it's fun. Okay. Vince, salut Vince. J'espère que tu vas bien. Nice to have you on board. From just near Montreal. Joe, nice to have you here from Virginia. What else do we have? Laura Robertson, nice to have you here, Laura. KO4DFJ, nice to have you here. Kimberly, K6YYL, nice to have you here from California. Clark, nice to have you here. KB9SJD from Wisconsin. John Hummel Newell, nice to have you here from Saskatchewan. SoCal, nice to have you here from San Diego. Paul, nice to have you here from Michigan. What else do we have? KW1161, nice to have you here from Tucson, Arizona. Brian Penny from Cape Cod, Massachusetts. We have Rufus Newt from the Laurentian Valley, Ontario. Log 2112, when you have a moment, do you prefer Uno, or if so, why, as opposite to console? It's purly a question of being finding it more natural to use. It's I think, you know what, the preference, because now they're not all, to be fair, all the software are not exactly the same in processing the signals, and we hear a difference between software. When I use the AirSpy, I use SDR console, sometimes SDR Sharp. But when I use the SDR Play, I use SDR Uno. I find personally SDR Uno much more interesting to use. But it's a question of preference. I often say it. Software that you use with the SDRs, I think, is much more a preference thing than anything else. Some people like the interface of the SDR console. Some like SDR Sharp. I like SDR Uno. It's a very personal thing. It's like saying, why am I using that browser over this browser to go to the internet? It's a question of personal preference, much more than, you get used to it. And I've been using SDR Uno quite a lot, so I'm kind of accustomed to the menus and the way it works. It's easy. I'm accustomed to its shortcuts. So even without looking, I know that I can press the space bar, punch in the frequency I want to tune, press enter. I know I'm going to tune that. And I know that if I press the U button is for USB, L button is for LSB, A button is going to give me AM mode. So even without looking at the screen, I know that I'm tuning and what mode I am in. I'm used to it to that point where I find it extremely awkward to use SDR console or SDR Sharp. But it's a question of using a lot of it. Every software, once you go past the learning curve of it, it goes well. And I think when somebody says, "Oh, I like SDR console better," it's because you've been using SDR console a lot more, so you're accustomed to it. And each have, because depending on what you're listening to and the device you're using, each does have things that are different or that are not available on another. So sometimes you might like a specific item of one of the software also. But it all comes down to, how much you've used the software, and personal preference, I think, plays a big part in there also. Vancouver Island DXer, nice to have you here. VE7AUL or VE7011SWL. Joe Tyson, nice to have you here from North Carolina. KM4WRQ. Keegan, Northwest Arkansas, nice to have you here, my friend. XNEDXer. Ray, nice to have you here. Reception on the 49-meter band was excellent last night here in New Jersey. Hopefully tonight as well. Dennis, you joined CIDX. Cool. And we've had quite a few people that joined CIDX from last show's mention of the messenger. So once again, if you are looking for a little something to every month electronic publication where there's a lot of information, the Canadian International DX Club, you can ask for a sample copy of the messenger. Free of charge. We won't spam you. We won't, if you don't subscribe, you'll never get an email saying, "So, do you subscribe?" or anything. You have the possibility to view the bulletin, which is very nice. This month, I think it's 77 pages. I host the utility column. Brian Penny in the chat room has the beginners column. There's Mickey Dalmage that is often in the chat room that has the very interesting QSL column. There are logs. I review the XH data this month. I will review the Texan PL330 next month probably. And there's amateur radio information. There's a lot of stuff in there. A lot of stuff for everybody. Some news about radio events and what's happening in the radio world. There's a list of all the DX programs you can hear on shortwave. It's very, very nice little publication. You can ask if you never ask, because it's very important. You're not going to get 2 sample copies. If you've never asked, you can just send a quick email to Sheldon. This is at CIDXclub@yahoo.com. CIDXclub@yahoo.com. And just ask for your sample bulletin. And if you do decide that you want to join, $10 a year, $25 for 3 years, it's a bargain because you get tons of information in there. And I think it's really, really worth it too. And you're not just having a publication, you are also part of a club. There's a monthly Zoom meeting on that club. So if you want to join in, see the faces of everybody else that, Zoom meeting is super cool. There's, it's not intimidating. It's a great, great way to see other members of the club and other shortwave or radio listeners in general. So check that out. It's kind of cool. And of course, being a member enables you to be part of the Zoom meeting when the monthly Zoom meeting when it happens. So it's pretty cool. Jerry DX, nice to have you on board. Joe Brown, nice to have you here from Chile, a very chilly southeast Michigan. Mr. Bell, that signal 6780 is still there, so kind of an interesting one. Matt, damn it, for some reason I don't get audio when the video goes live and I'm on another tab, not paying attention at the time. Anyone know remedy? Oh, that's Matt, it's in your browser. There's a setting in your browser. It's because you have enabled a feature called tab mute. So what happens is that when you go from the main tab into another tab, it is meant to be that the audio is muted. It's a setting in your browser. I don't remember where, but look at tab muting, something like that. And you will see there's a setting to turn it on or off. It's simply because your browser doesn't want to have audio playing when you're on another tab. That's what's happening. What else? Like 2112 says, when it comes to shortwave, every day is a new one, never a repeat. Can't say that about TV, internet, and others. Yep. VE2FGJ, nice to have you on board, my friend. Bienvenue. Toujours un plaisir. What else do we have? Trady X says, got to use baby steps with shortwave. Yeah, like everything, the more you spend time, go slowly, the more you learn about a hobby and different things around you. Pedro, nice to have you on board from CT1 JQC. Nice to have you on board, my friend, from what I believe is Portugal. Simplio heard some DX from Germany on 14207 earlier today. Yeah, and if you're in North America, if you're wondering when to listen to hams from Europe, 2 target times that I would mention. I got that question the other day. Somebody said, well, I never hear hams outside the US. When is it that I have to listen to hear hams from outside the US? On 20 meters, 14,100 to 14,350. Especially, I would say, from like 120-ish to 14 to 80 to 90, around there. You will hear European hams in North America in your mornings and early afternoons. It starts fading out, like mid-afternoon because it's darkness right now in in Europe. It gets quite early still. And then you just switch to 40 meters in the afternoons. Switch to 40 meters as your best bet to get some hams from Europe, especially on the East Coast. Here in Montreal, my pattern would be I search for European from about 14 UTC until early afternoon, like up to 18 UTC, maybe 19, depending on propagation. And around 18 or 19 UTC, I'll switch to 40 meters, and that's where I'll hear a lot of European hams on the East Coast through the rest of the afternoon, early evening. David Snyder, nice to have you here. Try, you should have Radio Slovakia on 5850 right now. Let's check it out here. 5850, Radio Slovakia from WRMI. Yeah, not super strong here, but it's there. It's a little better on 7780. Radio Slovakia via WRMI 7780. I have a lot of interference tonight. I don't know where that comes from, but man, that is crazy. Crazy noisy. So that's Radio Slovakia via WRMI. Okay. What else do we have? Vancouver Island DXer says now hearing the BBC English from the Philippines, 15310. What else? Canadian Radio TV guy, nice to have you here. Mr. Bales RF talked to his postman about shortwave radio. His transmission died between my mailbox and my neighbor's mailbox. Yeah, it happens a lot. That is something that is frequent. You want to start talking about radio to someone, and you start seeing them yawn, and you're like, "Wow, okay. Sorry for boring you." It happened. I still remember it happened. A friend of mine sees my posts on Facebook one day. And he says, "Hey, I was watching a post that you had, and you're listening to, a station from, whatever country." And he asked the question and says, "How do you do that exactly? What's that?" And I started talking about, well, it's shortwave, and talk a little bit about how it works and so on. And after maybe 45 seconds, you see him, he starts yawning and just nods at everything I say. And you're like, yeah, you're getting bored here, eh? So let's talk about something else. So especially when you end and they're like, "Oh, well, sounds interesting." Yeah, it did. You yawned 8 times and was looking everywhere else. So it's like, yeah, I just bored you for 2 minutes and a half. Man. Mr. Bales RF, MLA 30, my last antenna for $30 US. Tom DXer, nice to have you here. WPE2QED, nice to have you here from Hudson Valley, New York. RTM, nice to have you on board. What do we have? Let me just go down. Try to join the chat as fast as possible. Join the active real-time chat at some point. So Keegan is doing reception with his Ethan Elite Executive Radio with SSB. JJ, U-loop with amplifier versus MLA 30. Any thoughts? I don't know. Since I don't have or never tried a U-loop, I'm not sure. I know that I've seen enough tests done that the MLA30 beats U-loop because of its amplifier, and the standard U-loop is a passive antenna. So, but it's still good because it's still a magnetic loop, but it's passive. So I would think that a U-loop, amplified U-loop, probably performs as good as an MLA30. I would not be surprised. If it's well done, there's no reason for the U-loop not to perform as well as an MLA30 if it's amplified, honestly. Vancouver Island DXer. Yes, Thailand is strong here on the West Coast on 13750. So you guys are lucky. I haven't heard Thailand in such a long time. Carl Icon, nice to have you here. Shortwave listening is facing the same challenges as astronomy with light pollution. I can't use my telescope where I live now because of street lights and exterior home lighting in the hood. Can't see the stars anymore. Yeah, it's a very good way to compare things because it's totally true. You know, trying to do some astronomy in a big city like Montreal, for example, here, you know, everything is washed out. You get the main stuff. I mean, you know, you'll be able to watch Jupiter and Saturn and stuff like that, but don't try to get the really weak stuff. It's impossible, totally impossible. You know. David Snyder, the virtual Shortwave Fest is at the end of the month. It's February the 26th and 27th, Friday and Saturday. And you can go to swlfest.com and register for that. It's $5 to pay for the expense that they'll have with the Zoom platform. And so it's February 26, 27. The deadline to join is February 15th. So that's the deadline for your payment. Payment is done through PayPal. Don't worry, you don't need a PayPal account. You can actually pay through PayPal using a credit card without having an account. What you'll do is when you get to the PayPal page, you have sign in, but underneath you'll see continue without an account. And that's what you choose. You can then pay with a credit card. Mohammed Gadir, nice to have you here. Matt says, even if Radio Thailand 13715 were stronger than the weak carrier I'm getting, Radio Vanuatu on 13740 is 20 kilohertz wide and would flood 13750's lower sideband completely. Wow. Radioactive, nice to have you on board. And so, yeah, that was Radio Thailand on the West Coast. Actually, the second half hour, because they have a 1 hour broadcast, Radio Thailand. And from 0 to 0:30, they target the East Coast. And from 0:30 to 01, they target the West Coast. So technically, the 0:30 to 01 UT should be stronger on the West Coast. Kimberly K6YYL says, I love the sound of a signal fading in and out and hearing static. It makes me realize that usually these signals are traveling from far places through the atmosphere. Yep. V2F JG says, FGJ says, listen to the world, but unfortunately not from our home. Our homes are so much noisy. I mostly do shortwave listening, HF as mobile or portable, 10 times much better. Yeah, you know, you can listen to the world, but the problem is, you know, and you know, somebody that has no idea buys a radio. He thinks that it's like, you know, just it's just you know, those radios don't work because he doesn't understand any of that, you know. RTM 13750, loud and clear in the Napa Valley, California. Cool. Mickey Delmage, nice to have you here. Radio Thailand is coming in here in Sherwood Park, but Cuba on 13740, real nuisance. Yeah, and I think 13740 is actually aimed at the west coast of North America. So you guys probably have a real strong signal out of it. Here, 13740 was there, but it wasn't that strong. Pedro, I'm a European amateur radio operator, but nothing beats the thrill of cruising shortwave and the investigation of origin of signals. Yep, absolutely. It's fun. Part of the fun. Steve in Australia, nice to have you on board. From Melbourne, Australia. Warm 35 degrees. That's kind of very opposite to what we're having here. Parts of Canada are at minus 35 degrees today. What else do we have? I'm not Chuck. Nice to have you here from Tennessee. John Hummel says, are the Starlink satellites interfering with the signals? Nope, shortwave isn't using satellites. So anything that is satellites does not interfere at all with shortwave signals. It's really what's happening here on Earth that is actually interfering with, and the sun, of course. The wind 1960. Nice to have you here from Central New York. What else do we have? What else do we have? Yeah, I got to be careful, Tom DX, because everybody that I've seen using the U-loop, they all say that the MLA30 outperforms it. But if it has a good amplifier on it, it probably is at least equal. I would guess. Alexis Irving, nice to have you here from UK. Vince, I found some LMR 400, but they don't have low-end quality. It's $2 per feet for 500 feet or less, with connectors around $33.59 each. Okay, that's kind of expensive. I'll be checking that out. I have what I found is a place on the internet that would have 100 feet for about 100, and it would come to about 170 Canadian dollars. So it's actually less expensive than what you're getting here. Anyways, I haven't checked yet, and I haven't decided that that's necessarily that's necessarily what I'm going to go for. You know, I might use RG6, which is better than RG58. I don't know. It'll depend what I haven't decided officially yet exactly which one I want to use. It depends where I'm going to listen to. You know, most of my listening is roughly up to 800 megahertz. I don't really do much more than that. So I might not have to pay that much also for, for coax. We'll see. We're going to see. Chas Tank, nice to have you here from Louisville, Kentucky. Nice to have you on board. In the middle of an ice storm. Oh, man. Hope your antennas are okay. That's the biggest problems. What else do we have? Joe Gomez, nice to have you here from San Diego. I'm not Czech, says I had ice wine for the first time in Quebec City. Oh, cool. Cool. Hope you enjoyed it. Log 2112, shortwave listening in the X popular as hell in India, Pakistan, in that area. Yeah. So there's a certain following of viewers from India and in Pakistan here, actually. So it's that's why we have this time of the night, because it's easier for them to actually listen to my show and more in the morning. Jeff King, nice to have you on board from Jacksonville, Florida. Kevin, nice to have you here. Was listening to AM 3885 before your show. Canadian ham flew his private plane out of country and got his first shot of Moderna. Huh. Okay. That's interesting. Yeah, absolutely. Rich people can get away with a lot of stuff. What else do we have? What else do we have? Yeah, but it wouldn't be on David Snyder. Wouldn't be 10 a.m. It wouldn't be on a Sunday. It would be some other day probably. But I know that it would be better on Sunday, absolutely, because of the people are off work. But I'm not yet. 10 a.m. I've been up for 1 hour, usually at 10 a.m. So I'm not sure I want to show my face of a guy that's still half asleep. David says weather report. David KJ4CMY says weather report for Canada, cold. Mr. Bear, notice propagation gone up a bit in the last month. Well, when we have the sunspots and the solar flux goes higher, we do have a little more propagation. But we're in February, so propagation is starting to change a lot. We're a little more than a month away from the equinox, where the day and night are going to be pretty much equal. Great time for shortwave listening. Some of my favorite times are around the equinox. And of course, the longer the days now, the more we'll see that propagation is getting better in the evening. And we'll have a lot more stuff to listen to with higher frequencies also. Can't wait for summer to get back so I can get my Radio New Zealand back in the Montreal evenings. What else do we have? Yeah, I'm on the same antenna. Yeah, and the RF gain is set to its normal. I'm having some interference from something that's around me. Those lines have been appearing from time to time. I suspect there's a neighbor doing something. I don't know what device or whatever, but I suspect there's a neighbor that's creating a lot of noise lately with some of the devices. James Johnson, nice to have you on board from Snowpacked Chicago. John Hummel, 6119. Yeah, you should have normally on the 49 meter band, you have 6125 that sometimes can play music, which is Radio Marti. Radio Marti is could be one. That's one thing. But it's very weak here. The biggest signal that I see here around that frequency is 6115. That's probably what you're listening to. That's WWCR. That is on 6115 playing music. So you're listening to WWCR is very, very strong here too. Jetcrafter, nice to have you on board. Just ordered the Aethon Mini from Amazon for 25. Curious to see how it compares with my Grundig Mini World PE. Cool. Yeah, that's link 11 on 6942. It's a regular there. Every time I tune around and search for pirates, I stumble across that one all the time. So, Gordon, can you hear our local net at 3810? What's the net called? And where is it? Where are the main stations located? 3810. So I'm not a lot of, there's a little bit of stations, but 80 meters rather quiet. I do see lines from a few stations. Something on 3790, 3730, and so on. But I'm not hearing anything on 3810 right now. So, Simon Templar, nice to have you on board. Aniston Carmack, nice to have you here from Ohio. What do we have? Nick Mortel, nice to have you here from the UK. Newbie studying for foundation license. Cool. Take care, log 2112. William Elridge, nice to have you here. KD0 OGY from New Hampshire. Hi, brother. Nice to have you here from Arkansas. Joe Gomez, will you do a USB LSB tutorial? I already have one, actually, explaining what upper and lower sideband is. I do have a few, I think, that explain where to listen to for upper sideband, which is almost everywhere in the band. Honestly, lower sideband is almost only amateur radio operators below 10 megahertz, except for the 60 meter band, which is an exception to the rule. And a few little things like Pesky's, the fishermen, and stuff like that. But almost everything else is upper sideband on shortwave. Upper sideband is the major ruler of shortwave, pretty much. Keegan, hearing 15 megahertz WWVH from Hawaii. Cool. Hector Vasquez, nice to have you here from Los Angeles. Blind Picker, nice to have you here. Rob in Connecticut, W0RAB. What else do we have? Nick Clark, nice to have you on board, listening to 93.95 tonight. Cool. I don't know, it's coming in 93.95 is hit or miss at this time on the winter nights. Oh, it's pretty good.
And now here's Vern.
Pretty good.
Thank you, Glenn. Before we get started, let's pray. Father, on behalf of
I think is it at 00102 UTC that they have Radio Exteriores, Radio Argentina al Exterior. I always forget what time it plays. What else do we have? Oh, okay. Check it out, Simon, for the frequency. Chris66, nice to have you here from Kentucky. What else do we have? Matt says, got in a few EQSLs from shortwave listeners who have copied my FT8 QSOs, I think all in Europe. Cool. That's cool. That's really cool. Really nice to have that. Joe says, wave scan on 7730. That probably ended a couple of minutes ago. Cool. Nick Clark, what's the website? The website for Robert Cross. Picked up loads of shortwave radio channels the other night. I'm buying shortwave receiver really soon. As SSB on it as well. Cool. Radioactive was hearing Radio Thailand, which just signed off now. Keegan has KVOH in Spanish on 99.75. Nick Clark, don't exactly know what to do in my SSB or how to hunt down hams, but my Ethon Elite 750 I just received has it. Yeah, what I'll do is more. I'll try to do a few tomorrow. I'll go to some of the ham frequency ranges and show how I tune around. That says, I don't know if it muting it is because I hear the audio when I jump to other tabs after the show begins and have visited the YouTube tab. But maybe it, okay, I don't know. It's weird. Because I know there's tab muting. The other thing also that can happen is if you leave the tab closed, if you don't click on the tab for a long time, one of the things that, if it's Google Chrome you're using, they have something that kind of to lower the power consumption of the browser. They kind of lower or kind of stop the tabs doing whatever it has to do. So maybe that could be the case also. It's weird. But I would say that it's that must be one of the settings or something, because in the latest versions they've added quite a few features for tabs. So there's tab muting. Another one is kind of putting tabs to sleep when you don't use them after a while to lower the power consumption of the browser. So that could be also the case. Dan, nice to have you on board, my friend from colder Ohio. Here's going to get cold. It is cold, but it's going to get real cold in the next few days. What else do we have? Radioactive. I hear hams from Asia on 20 meters. Being in Oregon might have something to do with that. Yeah, the West Coast has an easier shot at Asian hams. That's for sure. That's for sure. Especially Japan. Japan is very active on the amateur bands. I used to when the propagation conditions were a little better. One of the fun that I had for a while was I could often hear Japanese hams around on the 15 meter band, 21 megahertz, around I would say at near the equinox, like near like March, even February, like end of February, March, April, September, October, and I would hear them about at the same time that I'm actually cooking supper, which was a lot of fun. What else do we have? Vancouver Island DX are hearing U.S. Coast Guard weather from Virginia on 13089. What was that? That was a 040, because there's different areas that it comes from. 89. And you being in Vancouver, you're actually hearing. I'm pretty sure, Brian. I'm pretty sure you were hearing the one from Hawaii, not the one from Virginia. 13089. Did you listen to the weather broadcast a little bit? Were they talking about the Pacific Ocean? Because that's how you identify them. The one from Hawaii talks about weather in the Pacific side of things, where the one in Virginia talks about weather on the East Coast on the Atlantic Ocean. So I know that at 0 to 045 roughly, it's the schedule does say that Hawaii is on 13089 with weather. So I wouldn't be surprised you were hearing a Hawaii weather station, especially being in Vancouver. That would make sense, actually. Nick Clark has got Slovakia on 5850. Keegan has 5850 Radio Slovakia. What else do we have? Okay. Jerry X, put a shortwave radio in the crib for my kid. Start him off at a young age. Yeah. And that's the time also where you're fascinated with everything in life. So if there is a time in life to, maybe get that radio bug going, well, it's when you're young. That's for sure. That's for sure. What else do we have? RFA Radio Free America. Have you ever found used shortwave radio sets at military surplus stores? I've never gone to very often to those military surplus stores here in Canada, and I've most of the ones that I visited didn't have much electronic stuff. But there was one actually. So here, about 20 minutes walking distance, there's a military surplus store, and there was a radio in the display, an old military radio. It was in the display in the front of the store, so we see it from the streets with everything else. And I went into that store one day and said, "Is that radio in the window for sale?" The guy said, "No, it's not." It's like, oh, sad. I would have, maybe I would have purchased it. The radio really looked so cool. It was really military type receiver, but man, it looked cool. It seemed to have shortwave and VHF on it. It was very unique as a radio. It was very, very nice. I should have, I didn't think, I should have taken a picture with my phone to show you guys. UVB76, nice to have you here. Radioactive hearing the DRM Brazil on 11905. Yeah, it's 11910. Center frequency is 11910 actually. What else do we have? Let's just check it out here. Yeah, well, because radioactive is really centered on 11910, so you should be technically tuning 11910 with a wide bandwidth, and to get it actually. Because even here, if I go to the frequency 11910, probably gonna. So I see it there. It's there, and it's no, it's not there. It's something else. What's that? That's just interesting. What is that weird noise there? I have a power supply or something that's creating a hell of a noise here. That is so bizarre. That is so bizarre. Because my antenna, the NLA30 is here. And this is my, even my mobile vertical on the back is getting it. There's some really, really nasty interference around here tonight. Pretty crazy. Hey, Mad Radio DXer from the UK. Nice to have you on board in your late night. Because radioactive, you should see it centered on 1190 because it's really, really centered. Yesterday, when I was listening to it yesterday evening, and I could see it here, very, very centered on 11910. Make sure that your calibration is gone right. What else? Auditors, Autocrafters Kitchen. Nice to have you on board from Massachusetts. New job going well, but home schedule is craziness. Try to make it here when I can. Hey, Ray, no, I'm not. When they made the so when they limited the amount of sessions, Ray, at the Winterfest to really a certain number and not more than that, because they weren't too sure exactly how to go with all of this. But when they started, actually, I had a few people tell them, if you're looking for people, ask Gilles. I'm sure Gilles is going to do something. But probably because they have already their kind of regulars that they want to, put up that are often there presenting every year. But one thing for sure is that I'm trying to plan a, in 2022, if all goes well, there will probably be a return to the, Pennsylvania Shortwave Fest. And so one of the things I'm trying to figure out is to make sure that I could go. And of course, if I am there, I will be doing something, and there'll be I'll find a way to actually do a live show from there, if I can make it in 2022. That's for sure. Alexis, nice to have you on board from the UK. What else do we have? Well, James Johnson, one thing for sure is that directional antennas for AM radio is a must. If you want to DX the medium wave AM band, you need to have directional antennas because that's the way you can null out other stations and maybe get that DX in there. That's for sure. Nice to have you here from Florida, W84493SWL. We have David Snyder. David Snyder, thanks for the information on Shortwave Winterfest. Just paid my $5 with Zoom. Friday is the Jewish holiday, so I'm off from work, so I will listen in between doing things for the holiday. Cool. I will. I'm pretty sure we will have a show on Sunday that weekend, since it's a a Friday and Saturday event, and I wanted to try to get to the maximum amount of things to watch. Chances are that weekend I'll be pushing the Saturday show to Sunday exceptionally, which would be February the 28th, the last day of February. So that probably would be what I would do in that weekend. What else do we have? Gerald Vince, nice to have you here from Winnipeg, Manitoba, Canada. Joe just registered for Winterfest. Cool. I think it's going to be a lot of fun to watch the virtual events. They have more than 100. You know, they had way more than 100 people at last count, which was when we interviewed John Figliuzzi on the International Radio Report. So I think, and I've been pushing it a little bit here. So who knows? It's going to be interesting to see how many people actually show up. For sure. James Johnson says there's skip in 11 meters in Florida. Paul received the AirSpy HF Plus in a U-Loop Monday. Failed to get it running on a Pi, Raspberry Pi 4. And my antique laptop running Vista is a no-go also. Frustrating. Looking for a new PC now. Yeah, you don't need to have a PC that's very powerful, honestly. And for running it on a Raspberry Pi, I've never looked because I know that SDR Play RSP devices have images to help you get up and running on the Raspberry Pi. I'm pretty sure AirSpy probably has the same kind of images to use, but yeah, it is frustrating when you get some devices and you can't have them running. Lucas, nice to have you here from Syracuse, New York. Cool to have you on board. Vince says, me too, I'm really not sure. We need LMR. The dB loss is greater on RG6, but at the same time, 100 feet long won't do a big difference. What I heard is the LMR is better for transmit, for receive, not necessarily. Yeah, and it depends where you listen to. You know, if you're above 1 gigahertz all the time, then definitely LMR. But you know, VHF, UHF range for standard stuff, definitely the RG6 might be the compromise. You know, price versus performance compromise. It's still better than RG58, that's for sure. What else do we have? What else do we have? We have. Let me just check it out here. Joe Rontman, nice to have you here from Chicago. We have. Let me just try to get down here. Steve, nice to have you here from Ohio and 8VO. Pretty cool. James Johnson is saving for a rotational quad beam for the 980 Bearcat. Wow. Wow. Randall Klantz, nice to have you here from the Chicago area. VT Radio, nice to have you here. Paul, AA1SU from Essex Junction, Vermont. Was thinking about you, actually. I had a flash yesterday. I was listening to the Vermont Public Radio on 107.9 from Burlington, Vermont yesterday. And they were talking about stuff, and they had a call-in show about COVID. And somebody called from Essex Junction, and I was like, oh, and I just reminded of you for a moment. What else do we have? Thomas Bibish says, is a Yaesu FRG 7700 a good receiver? Like to update. And it's known to be pretty good. Honestly, the FRG line of receivers are pretty good radios, and they're very sexy and very nice radios also, honestly. Dahula Sven, nice to have you here from Germany, my friend. Late night Germany. Michael Shegda, nice to have you here. We have Lucas saying that he is getting, whoops, I just lost the coming back here. So Lucas, get WRMI out of Okeechobee, Florida on 15770 during the day. Yeah, it's a pretty good signal up here. Here in Montreal too, 15770 with the most of the morning they have that weird Supreme Master TV broadcast, which is always making me kind of relaxed and creepy at the same time for some reason. I don't know. Traveling Skinny says, saw one of your videos because I got a Texan PL 880 and ended up watching a bunch of them. Glad to see you live. Cool. Welcome aboard. Where are you located, Traveling Skinny? Out of curiosity. It's fun to know where everybody is. What else do we have? Let's go down. Yeah, most military radios do look cool. Absolutely, David. You are totally right on that. I don't think I've seen a military radio that did not look cool, honestly. Robert Cross been refurbishing old radios from 1958, 1969 so far. Most of the old radios I refurbish has shortwave on them. Yeah, most radios of that time pretty much had shortwave. It was something that you had to have on a radio, I can tell you that. Technically, you should, if you're, what are you using to what for DRM exactly? Technically, you should be in AM mode with a wide filter. If you're using, like, for example, when we're using an SDR, there's actually a mode called digital that you actually activate. The digital is made for the DRM decoding. What radio are you using when you're listening to it? Because technically, you should not be in upper sideband. You should be kind of in AM centered. So that's why you're on 11905, because you're putting yourself in upper sideband from the bottom of the signal, probably. Because a DRM signal is something like 12 kilohertz wide. It's a pretty wide signal. Vancouver Island says, I think you're right about the U.S. Coast Guard weather broadcast. The temperature did sound too high for the East Coast in winter. Yeah, because when you said that, I thought, well, you're in Vancouver, and I'm kind of used a little bit to the schedules of the Chesapeake weather broadcast because I stumble upon them regularly. So I knew that there wasn't a Chesapeake weather broadcast around 0 UT. So when you said there was something on 13089, it struck me that okay, you're listening to you're listening to the Coast Guard weather, but you're probably not listening to the one from Chesapeake, Virginia. What else do we have? No, upper lower sideband. It's a very, very different thing, Nick Clark. Frequencies at the daytime, roughly above 10 megahertz in the nighttime. below 10 megahertz, below like maybe like 14 megahertz. But upper lower sideband is just a mode. It's that doesn't change. It's whatever mode you're using, AM, upper lower sideband. Doesn't change that. That rule is a simple rule of frequency versus of listening to signals on higher or lower frequencies. David Snyder, the Sunday show will be at 20 UTC for shortwave. So it'll be an exceptional Sunday show on February 28th, probably. Joe says if they get enough registrations, they may continue to offer a virtual option. On the when we asked on the International Radio Report, and we talked a little bit off air also on that, they were mentioning that depending on how it goes this year, they possibly will have kind of a mix of virtual and of course an event there in Pennsylvania next year if everything goes well. So there would be kind of a mix of both, which I think would be perfect. I mean, COVID is doing one major thing is that it's changing totally the way events are being done, because now we can't meet. So people find a way to actually do something, and they do it virtually. So that changes because it's showing that there's capabilities and there's new ways of actually having events go on. So I think that would be nice to have both, because some people that can't get there would be still able to join in some of the sessions and some of the things with virtual. And the other thing is, of course, it doesn't replace a meetup, an actual meetup in person, but having kind of both together would be kind of nice. Part virtual, part in person. I think that would be nice, and I wouldn't be surprised that from next year that would be what's going to happen. A lot of events actually are going to be like that for a while, for sure. Robert Cross, I have a good idea about doing some Zoom chart challenge ourselves on shortwave who can get the same shortwave channel, same frequency. Yeah, well, we often try to tune around signals at the same time together, and often have, depending on where we are in the world, it's always a very challenging, thing. Chance Tank expecting an inch of ice. That's quite a lot of ice. That's a lot of ice. The danger was that with ice, when there's a lot of it, is if the winds pick up, and that is the bad part. It's we're gonna cross our fingers. We haven't had really any ice storms really here in this winter. We had a very small event before Christmas, but overall, it's not been. We've been having mostly snow right now. And if it's not snow, we've been having really rain because it's too warm. So let's hope that we're not. The ice storm month is March. March is always that time when, if we have an ice storm, we're going to get it in March. And let's hope we never get an ice storm like we got in 1998. That was a killer storm. That was something. You're talking about an inch of ice. So an inch is 2.5 centimeters. So that's 25 millimeters. So to give you an idea, in 1998 here, we had about 4 to 5 times that amount of ice. So that would be 4 to 5 inches. I mean, everything was crumbling under the weight of the ice. It was the weirdest thing I've ever lived through. It's totally crazy. Now that one was a tough one, and actually before the fires in the northern parts of Alberta, Canada, northern parts of Canada, forest fires and everything. Before that, it was the biggest, most costly Canadian natural disaster that we had ever had. Caused billions of dollars in damages, and some people were without power for more than a month. Michael Shudga says, any idea why the St. G and ATS 909X is priced quite a bit higher than the Texan PL 880? Well, there's a lot of things that can go into play here. The margin of profit that they want to have from it, the design process, the manufacturing process, and all of that can makes it probably more expensive to build. The parts they use sometimes, all of that. Texan, being a big manufacturer of radios, maybe can get those costs down because of the way they manufacture. Simply, one thing for sure: if I have a choice between a Texan PL 880 and the ATS 909X, I would go to a Texan PL 880 without even hesitating. But different companies charge different ways, and the manufacturing process and all of that. It's different from company to company. That's for sure. Bindcam1 says, hello from Illinois, KD9ERS, longtime shortwave listener from the mid-70s, when the bands were full. Still a great amount of fun. Yep, there's still a lot of stuff out there. Randy, nice to have you here from Riverside, California. We have Bill Curry, nice to have you here, N8UUP from a cold Michigan. Ralph Cramden says, also miss the good old days of shortwave listening. As a kid, I requested a QSL card from Radio Prague. They announced my name over the radio. As a kid, I was thrilled. Oh, man. The first time I've ever heard my name on the radio was Radio Moscow. Radio Moscow. Because Radio Moscow, for those that don't know, Radio Moscow, they had the mailbag show, and they had the show with Joe Adamov, where they would answer questions on the air from listeners. And when you asked a question and you were picked they would pick your question to be answered on the air, they would send you a letter telling you all the dates and times in UTC and frequencies to listen to, because that's when they'll read your letter on the air. And I remember I got that letter. I was jumping up and down. I was telling everybody, I'm going to be, you're going to hear my name on Radio Moscow. And sat down one day, tuned into one of the frequencies and times that was clear enough, and they answered my question. And I still remember my first question to Radio Moscow. My first question to Radio Moscow was, how many Canadians visit the USSR every year? I still remember that was my question. How many Canadians visit the USSR every year? And I kind of remember that the answer was that they didn't have, statistics, official statistics, but that there were quite a few Canadians that were visiting the USSR back in the 80s, apparently. But I still remember. And then after that, it's the hit or miss. You listen to a mailbag show, and it's like, oh, look at that, they just mentioned my name. And it's just, it's kind of cool, especially when you're not, expecting it. I was a big fan of, when I was a teenager, I was a big fan of mailbag shows. Any show on any station where they would read listeners' letters, I always found kind of cool, because back in the 80s, it's not like today. Today you guys have this. We are together in a virtual way, but we are together in our hobby with this. Back in the 80s, you're kind of very alone in your hobby. Unless you got somebody with you that does it, no one around you does shortwave, and you're really, really doing it alone. So one of the things in the 80s that I think was probably helping me understand that, no, I'm not a weird guy alone. Well, although I was a weird guy alone with a radio, there are other weird people out there listening to shortwave. The mailbag shows were kind of proof that, oh wow, there's a lot of other people around the world that do exactly what I do and listen to broadcasts. So and I was very active. I would send at the peak, I would say in 1983, 84, 85 ish, which was kind of the peak of my shortwave QSLing and writing to stations. I was probably easily sending from anywhere from 5 to 10 to 15 letters and reception reports a week to shortwave stations around the world. So my mailbox was full of mail most of the time. It didn't happen very often that there was actually nothing in my mailbox. And doing that, well, I was mentioned on the air in some mailbag shows quite regularly. So when I would listen to some of the mailbag shows, I remember hearing my name on Radio Austria, HCJB, of course, in Quito, Ecuador. I heard my name at least 2 or 3 times there. Of course, the biggest problem with my name is, how the hell do you pronounce that name? It's a very complicated name for people in English. The French broadcasts had no problem because Gilles Letourneau was, that was French, and they had no problem with that. That actually is where I was very surprised, because Radio Moscow, I had written to the English service. Radio Moscow pronounced my name perfectly. And that's where I thought, you know what? They took that letter, they went to a department, and they said, anybody know how to pronounce this name? I'm pretty sure they asked. Or the announcer, the person that actually read the letter, knew French. So my pronunciation was perfect. They took the time to do it, which was very, very, I was surprised, because everybody else messed up my name. They didn't know how to pronounce my name at all. And actually, it's still going on. Last time, I think it was Radio Havana, Cuba. I don't know what station I wrote to, and one of you guys came up to me and said, oh, by the way, I heard your name mentioned on Radio Havana, Cuba, and they really messed it up good. And it's like, yeah, I know. I know they mess up my name all the time. It's a French name, and you don't know how to pronounce that in English anyways. So, nobody has an idea of how to pronounce my name. What else do we have? What else do we have? Vancouver Island DX are listening to Radio Emmett Talk DX program on WRMI on 9955. Wow, I haven't heard that one in a while. I need to tune that show again. Mad Radio DXer, I had a boombox in the 80s that had shortwave on it. That was my first real radio with shortwave. Radioactive. I'm using Uno with Dream. I use digital and Uno, but still have to tune 11905. Not sure what I'm doing incorrectly. Okay. Let me just go to digital for a second here. Because when you're on digital, because instead of choosing upper or lower sideband, you need to choose DSB, the double sideband one, DSB. So now you'll be centered with the thing on each, with the reception on each side, and just widen it enough to cover the full signal. No, DSB removes digital. Wait a minute. Let me just look at it for a second here. No, okay. Yeah, it wants you to use, because digital, yeah, okay, you're right. Oh, that's interesting. I haven't tuned a DRM signal or tried in a long time. So, okay, yeah, I understand why you have to tune. Yeah, because this actually, you're tuning now at 11, yeah. 11905 because of the way, because when you put it in digital, it puts you in upper sideband. You know what I would do? Instead of using digital, do what I just said. Use DSB. Is it DSB? Wait a minute. I'm just going to zoom in. DSB. No, use synchronous AM and just widen it enough. That's what I would try. I think it would be better like that. So SAM or synchronous AM, try that and center it on 11.9.10 and see if it works better. Because when you use digital, of course, it puts you in upper sideband. Oh, that's interesting. It's meant maybe for digital modes of amateur radio and stuff like that. That just reminds me. That's why it's an upper sideband. Try the synchronous AM mode out of curiosity. The important thing, anyways, is because the synchronous AM, you have the centered frequency, and then you have each side, which means you can tune 11, 9, 10, and then listen to that signal and have it decoded with Dream. Mark Alford, nice to have you here from Vancouver Island, British Columbia. Prasad, nice to have you here from India. Always nice to have you on board, my friend. Let's go down as fast as we can. Take care, David Snyder. Always nice to have you here. Let's go down. Let's go down. Let's go down. We have just like Croucher's Kitchen says, cannot remember a better winter AM band DX season for me. Nighttime listening this year has been fantastic. Cool. Cool. Chaz Tank says ice storms are rare here. Thankfully, we had a bad ice storm in 2008 or 9. Destroyed the trees. City was out of power for 3 to 7 days in Perth. Yeah. Here was crazy, the ice storm in 98. BT Radio says we had the ice storm in 98 here. By day 3, it sounded like chandeliers crashing on the lawn. You had it worse than we did, though. Yeah, here the power grid almost collapsed because the big constructions that bring the cables from up north for electricity were all breaking down and collapsing because of the weight. We never. They said the high storm of 98 in statistics is something that happens once every 1,000 years. So we had that moment of once every 1,000 years. It was crazy. Mark Alford, question for the chat. Bias TMLA30 will going under 0.1 megahertz zap it. Mine's dead from DSP. Because tuning doesn't change anything. If you're going on the MLA30 down to 10 hertz or 1 kilohertz, let's say you go down to 1 kilohertz, that doesn't change anything. The frequency you're tuned to doesn't at all change anything to the bias T and the MLA30. It's just that when it's out of the range that it's designed for, reception is bad. But if you're, because there's no reason for anything to happen for the bias T. What exactly, how did you plug it in? And, not knowing the DSP malachite thing, I don't know exactly what happened. Chaz Tank says, I bet the KGB had the correct number of Canadian visitors. Yeah, probably. They were very vague, but that crossed my mind also. It was like, I'm pretty sure you knew exactly how many Canadians. I'm pretty sure they could have even on the show said, Oh, there's presently 7,814 Canadians on the USSR soil. You know, they probably knew real well. Pretty sure. Yeah, Ralph, Radio Moscow was all over the dial. I mean, they had so many frequencies at the same time. It was completely nuts. Really, really crazy. Even more here in North America, even China Radio International. You know, since China Radio International lost its Albania transmitter site in North America, China Radio has not been very easy to pick up. We do get the CNR1 jammers quite regularly, but the China Radio International is kind of I know you guys in Europe have a lot more signals from China Radio than we do here. But man, Radio Moscow was all over the place. Absolutely. Joe Sombranius, nice to have you here from Brazil. Keegan says, had a nice storm here in Northwest Arkansas that caused a power outage from January 27th, February 3rd, 2009. You know what? I did not do pretty much any radio listening for a very simple reason. We were kind of in a survival mode, pretty much. It was just so complicated and things were just going so crazy. And I was taking care of my mom. You know, radio is not even in my mind at that time, except for a little bit of VHF. There were emergency nets all over the 2-meter band. And that time, amateur radio proved how important it was in times of emergencies. I mean, every type of communication, police and all of that was all down. The only radio signals really making it well were amateur radio operators. Hey, Trucker Daddy, nice to have you on board. John in Quebec. All of my favorite channels are live at the same time. That happens sometimes. Mark Fisher, nice to have you here from Southern Illinois. PU4ECL or PY4001SWL. Nice to have you on board from Brazil. Pretty cool. Joe says we have dual generators and 18-hour battery pack backup in all of our hubs. Pretty cool. Rudolph White just joined the Lehigh Valley, Pennsylvania. From Lehigh Valley, Pennsylvania. What are you sipping on tonight? It is Wednesday, but I have a bit of brown water on ice. It has been that kind of week. This is white wine. I'm having a white wine from California. Had a few bottles that, so I thought I'd drink a little bit of wine during the live shows. What else do we have? Yep. Saturday, February 13th is indeed World Radio Day. Carl Icon, absolutely. World Radio Day 2021. Hey, Andre, Cool AM Radio. Nice to have you on board, my friend. All the way from Europe. Trucker Daddy says the grid almost crashed. You should have seen in Saint-Hyacinthe, I was booted out of my apartment for 31 days. You must have had it easy in Montreal. There was no grid. It was impressive to see it all. Yeah, but Montreal had it hard too because where I lived, we had 2 days without electricity. So it wasn't too bad, but there were quite a few parts of Montreal that didn't have it for many days. And, you know, Montreal, a big city, has its own type of problems when that happens. You know, no more bus, no more nothing services. It's like, yeah, and trees everywhere in the streets here. It was like, you know, they would actually close the streets because they didn't want us to walk under the trees. And my sister lived in not Belle, at that time, he lived in Saint-Jean-Baptiste de Rouville. She was out without electricity for a month. She was part of you guys. You know, you were in that, what they call it, the triangle of darkness or something. You were all in the same place. Madrito the Extra says, I have used my MLA 30 for very low frequency Still works fine. Something else must have made the bias T stop working. Yeah, because listening to a frequency range out of the range of the antenna doesn't change anything. It doesn't break it. Doesn't break it. It's just that it's less sensitive out of the frequency range. I can tell you that. Oh yeah, Paul, the Russian woodpecker. Absolutely, there was a lot of that. It was so funny. The Russian woodpecker, and there was the jamming, and it was so funny because the jamming had Morse code IDs, and you could actually know which was the transmitter side of the jammer with the Morse code ID. It's like, what the hell? Can you use the MLA? You mean put it on the horizontal, on the flat, rather than putting it up? I tried it here. It works. It works. It's just that it's not directional anymore. It becomes more of a. It changes its properties, but it works. It totally works. If you put it flat, it totally works. I tried it here with one of my MLA30s, and it works. It worked fine. Yarabamba, nice to have you on board. Let's try to go down. So, where was I? Lost my space. Hate it when it happens. Vatican Radio, the old shortwave radio, still on the air. Turns 90. Cheers. Yep, and we can hear a few of their transmissions actually from Radio Vatican Radio. They have, it's yes, it's Vatican State Radio, and they talk about the Pope and all, but they do have a pretty interesting news service, honestly. Yogi, man, nice to have you here, Yogi. Jim, nice to have you here from Rhode Island. David KJ4CMY, our utilities here are underground. If we had an ice storm, shouldn't affect us. Here everything's up in the air except for certain parts of the big city of Montreal. So crazy. Chinese New Year tomorrow. I need to get my CRI jacket. Where is it? Oh, I see it. I see it from here. My channel radio jacket, but it's too complicated to pick up. I tried to remember for Saturday. Lucas, the last time we had a major storm of any kind was the blizzard of 93 here in Syracuse. I was a baby at the time, born 92, don't remember, but everybody keeps talking about it. Yeah, the one that we talk about here in Montreal is the famous March 4th snowstorm of 1971. And I was only 2 years old at the time. But that is the one they always refer to. The biggest. It was the storm. They call it the storm of the century. And high winds and snow fell so fast that it just it had more than a foot of snow in a very, very short amount of time. And when you see pictures at the time, you see people skiing in the streets and ski-doos and all of that. But I don't remember that. I do remember the 2000 and some. I remember it for a couple of reasons. So in 2008, we had 2007, 2008. We had a hell of a winter. We had so much snow, and it was like storm after storm after storm. We had an amount of snow that was crazy, and big storms all the time. And I remember because my mom passed away in January of 2008. And a couple of weeks before, she was in a kind of a rehab center for, kind of helping you to walk again and stuff like that, where you, because she had a broken hip, and they had done an operation, and she couldn't walk, and they were helping her. And that place was in a bizarre part of the city that was complicated, kind of complicated for me to go. And it was in a part of the city where there's a lot of hills too. And I would take the bus to go to see her. And I remember going to see her 2-3 times, and there were big snowstorms. And coming back home walking because the buses couldn't get up the hill in the street. So we all had to like get out of the bus, and I had to walk home a few times. So I remembered that because of that. But that was a year where we came this close to beating the record of the most snow in one winter. We didn't beat it at the end, but I think it was the second winter, the second place for the winter with the biggest amount, the highest amount of snow that fell through a winter time. But it was crazy. I remember because it was snowing all the time. And there was so much snow. I remember here, I would come home, and on each side on the grass, the snow was, when I would walk in here, the snow was probably high up to here because there's so much. And I remember walking through that, and I was like, wow, I've never seen so much snow in my life. That was a crazy one. What else do we have? Can I hear 4625 with the amount of noise that I have tonight? I'm pretty sure I don't, but let's try it. Nope. I hear Radio Progreso from Cuba on 4765. It's Radio Progreso with some music. WWCR strong on 4840. Of course, Kodar. The sweep of Kodar, including here. That's Kodar, which is an ocean wave type radar. Checks the and currents. Bandcam 1, I'm using a SDR. So I have several SDRs here, but this one, what I'm using right now, is an SDR Play RSPDX and SDR Uno software, and it's plugged to an MLA30 loop outside. David KJ4CMY says remembers the blizzard in 93. They had snow warnings. The city closed down. We had 1.5 inches of snow and was gone the next morning. Oh boy. James Rathbury about an SDR radio, but it wouldn't find any definitions. I was using a cheap $30 SDR receiver that I bought from Amazon. I just can't get it to work. What is the exact name of it? Because if it's standard RTL SDR, you need to have a special driver installed before it works. You don't just plug it in and load the software. You have to install the special driver, then you actually have it working on the software. Matt MDK2 says Denver had one of the worst blizzards right on Christmas Eve in 1982. I was a paper boy, and I needed my mom to drive me in my route early that morning. We got stuck once. And after that, we were snowbound for days. I remember one thing from maybe I was 7 or 8 years old. We went up north to see on Christmas Eve, and we went up north to see my uncle. One of my uncle, his name was Andre, which it was always fun to go there because he was a radio TV repair guy. And he knew I liked to play around with electronics and stuff, so he would actually. So he had his TV repair shop, and the same shop, he had a room next to it, and the room next to it had tons of electronic stuff that he had picked up from people bringing in TVs and stuff that. When he tells them, when he was telling them how much it would cost, they would say, "Oh, forget it." Or people that would have it fixed, but they never come and pick it up. So he had tons of crap in that room. And what was really cool is that we would go there, and the first thing, so basically it was the same story with my parents and my uncle and everything, is they would go there, they would get drunk and play cards all evening, which, of course, for a 7-year-old boy, is the most boring thing in the world, and you end up watching TV all evening and sleeping on the couch. But that place was cool because he knew I liked electronics, and he kind of trusted that I wouldn't electrocute myself. He was always telling me be careful with current and stuff, but he probably saw that I had enough knowledge to kind of understand that you don't touch that and don't do this, and so he would just unlock that part and say, look, there's tons of stuff here if you want to play around with the electronic stuff, and we would have fun. And we one of my cousins was often there, and I know we shouldn't do that, but one of the TVs had the back off, and I was always amazing everyone because I would take the coil and play around with it, and the picture on the TV would shift side, and they were all like, "Wow, this is so cool!" It's like, yeah, of course, it's not the best idea in the world, especially with those CRT TVs with all the currents and the X-rays that comes out, because these TVs created X-rays at the tube because of all the high voltage. But anyways, that was an other time. Today that would be impossible because they would get arrested for leaving a 7 or 8-year-old kid playing around with electronic stuff that's dangerous. Back in 1977, you just, play around here. Here's electronic stuff, and here's 200 volts, and have fun. That's pretty much the way it was in the 70s. It makes it funny because today when I see how restricted kids are with all the rules, which in a way is fine because I'm sure a lot of people, I could have get electrocuted. I could have killed myself with electricity, of course. But I would play around, and I found it real cool because there were tons and tons of scrap electronic stuff in there. And so, I would take wires and I would take stuff, and I'd look at a board, and it's like, oh, I wonder if I can power that board and see if it had working. One of the fun things that I had, he had a board that was from a device that had tons of readings. So there were meters, there were little red LED letters or numbers, sorry. The digital numbers, at that time, it was red LEDs that were, dominant in number displays. LCDs were not seen yet, pretty much. And I remember I would power up that thing, and after playing it, I remember once he came to see what I was doing, and said, "So what are you doing?" I said, "I found out that when I plug this here and that here, when I touch this, that starts counting up to 10, and that does this, and this flashes when I do that." And he was like, "Oh wow, okay, that's kind of cool." But I was having a blast. I was sitting in the middle of what probably everybody would say, well, junk, but that junk was fun to play with because I could, try stuff. And there was these old TVs and old radios. I would plug them in and play around with them and see what I could hear. And I was, I was a kid in the candy store there. It was, man, I don't care. Get drunk. I'm playing around with electronics. I'm having fun. I did get zapped a couple of times by touching things I shouldn't have touched, but overall it was okay. You get zapped a couple of times. You are super careful after that because it's like, man, I don't want to get electrocuted once more. It's not fun. So, oh man, but that was a lot of fun. So back then, and so the story is, because I didn't finish the story, you're talking about the blizzard. We went there on Christmas Eve. Of course, I was fine with that because there was so my uncle had given me. You go to your uncles. What do uncles give kids? Money. It's always like that. They never give you gifts. They give you money. So I was like, yeah, so I remember he gave me $20 in 1977. $20 for a 7-8-year-old kid is a lot of money. And I went there, and they had chips and Coca-Cola. So it was like, I remember he handed me a bag of chips, a little bottle of Coke, and he said, if you want to go play in electronic stuff, it could go ahead. And I was happy. I was playing there. I was eating chips and just having fun. And we were leaving at, so they had announced a snowstorm that night, but it was supposed to start quite late in the night. So, my dad took the chance of, and my dad and my mom like, well, we'll get back before the storm. And we got caught because the storm started at midnight. And I remember we went into the car. I remember my mom saying to my dad, maybe we shouldn't be going. My dad saying, nah, don't worry, the way it is. And we went out about, just as we were about to get into the highway, we got stuck in snow there for the rest of the night. It took hours before some truck or something happened that it was a truck that passed by, I think, that helped us get out and get onto the highway. But that was a pretty big storm that night too. One of the souvenirs of Christmas that I have. And because when they looked out and there was like heavy snow, my uncle, first thing he said is like, well, you guys should sleep here because it doesn't look very nice outside. And in my head, it was like, yeah, I don't mind sleeping here. There's tons of electronic stuff I can go play with, But of course, my dad wanted to go, so it was kind of complicated. And once again, one of the things that happened back then, of course, people were actually, getting in their cars drunk. There was nothing against it until I don't remember what year, but back then that was still not a really big offense to go in your car drunk. No seatbelts, getting in your car drunk, playing around with 200 volts. That was a kid's life in the 70s. Today, they would all be in jail for doing that. Oh, man. Jim says, Blizzard of 78 shut down Rhode Island for over a week. Ham radio was the king at the time. Yep. Pretty crazy. Chastank, Louisville, Kentucky, and southern Indiana. Ohio River froze over that year. Wow. Possible big snowstorm in the Midwest early next week. Professor Newt says, accidentally discharged a CRT with my elbow once. Not fun. No, that capacitor also, that big capacitor that's there is like, it holds a lot of current. I can tell you that. Paul says the woodpecker, actually the woodpecker was not a jammer. The woodpecker was a radar system. The woodpecker from Russia was a system where it could actually detect missiles and planes over thousands of miles using pulses. So the pulses would actually bounce off missiles and so on. It was kind of part of their defense system. So the woodpecker was a radar. And there was another thing which was jamming, which was kind of a white noise thing. I can let's have a little going back in time, and let's listen to a couple of things. So I'm gonna make you guys hear a woodpecker first of all, and I'm gonna have you guys listen to what Russian jamming was in the USSR. So Russian woodpecker radar. So here is, so this is what the woodpecker sounded like once this is over. Okay, let's go here for a second. So this is the Duga radar Russian woodpecker. So you could hear the
directions to be able.
Oh man, there it goes. It actually sounded like that, like an helicopter. That always reminded me of helicopter sounds. That was pretty much what the woodpecker was all about. Now this has too much talking in it, but the woodpecker was really sounded like an helicopter. It really sounded like an helicopter on the bands.
And I couldn't believe.
It's interesting because I just came across a video of someone from a couple of years saying he's hearing a woodpecker, which is not a woodpecker. So anyways, it sounded like an helicopter. You guys heard a little bit of that noise there. Now, the Russian USSR shortwave jammer. And that was blocking a lot of, so this is Radio Free Europe being jammed. This is an example. Radio Free Europe being jammed by a jammer, a Russian jammer. So, I don't know. Let's see here. And this is not, has nothing to do with it. What the hell are these crappy videos? Moscow mailbag. There must be one here. That's Fire Drake Jammer. Nope. Shortwave jamming. The best is here. There must be one from sometime. Power of noise. I'm sure somebody somewhere has that that sound of what it was like. So the Russian jamming, the radio jamming from Russia was white noise, basically. And through that white noise, there was a Morse code ID from time to time. And they would target a lot of broadcasts. They would target Voice of America, Radio Free Europe. They would target Radio Canada, the BBC World Service. They wanted to make sure that these news services and all the info there would not get through their broadcast. Even HCJB. HCJB was being jammed for, there's a lot of the jamming going on. But, it was inefficient. Even though they would spend billions in there, it was inefficient because there was a lot of the broadcast that, depending on propagation, would still make it. So it's pretty crazy. Pretty crazy. So it's jamming anything that was simply not in accordance to the beliefs of the communist regime of the USSR at the time. Trucker Daddy shocked my electrician when I was touching my broken refrigerator and getting shocks. I was throwing the GFCI downstairs. He said I should have had heart attacks. The worst that I ever had as a shock was here, actually. So here, the electricity in the home is very shady. I don't know who did it, but it's not in accordance to rules. And obviously, not an electrician played with the different fixtures here. In the kitchen, there's a wall outlet above, not far from the kitchen sink. That I use a overhead lamp to have some light on the kitchen counter. I purchased a very nice brush metal fixture to put there. I thought it was nice, and it was small, and it was perfect for what I wanted to do. And it all was self-contained with a little transformer and everything. So I was like, oh, this is cool. So remind you guys, it was made of brush metal in the exterior. So I plugged that in, and it was there for at least 2 months. And what I had never done was touch the lamp and the sink at the same time. I had never done that. So I 2 months goes by, nothing bad happens because I never touch a book. I turn on the lamp and it's over. One night, I am very sleepy, and I just want to have a glass of water. And at 3 a.m., around 3 a.m. in the morning, one hand was touching the sink, one hand was touching the lamp, and I got one hell of a shock. And I can tell you, you can be as sleepy as you want, but when you get zapped at 3 a.m., you're not sleepy anymore at all. And that's when I understood that, oh boy, okay, I can't do that. I can't touch these things. I am going to electrocute myself. And the reason is simple. The electric plug has a polarity. There's one pin. Here in North America, we have 2 pins, because in Europe, you guys have a different system. So we have two long slots, and the plug that goes in, of course, is like this. So it's, but a properly done device has one a little bigger than the other, so that you can't put it in reverse. You have to put it in a certain position. That lamp was designed like that. It had the proper plug that couldn't be reversed. The problem is, some idiot played with the socket and reversed the wires on the socket, which meant that now that plug was useless, because it wasn't the plug the problem. It was that the electricity was wired wrong in the plug itself. Jean-Marc Litz, bonjour et bienvenue de Strasbourg en France. And cold -9. Wow, it's pretty cold. Pretty cold. So, man, minus up to -30 in parts of Central East Germany. Wow, that is real cold. It's getting really cold in Canada also. Pretty crazy. So nice to have you here. Bienvenue. Bienvenue. Comme toujours. RJ88 Dakota says, used to hear over the Horizon radar system on my radio to massive stretches of shortwave bands. There are still quite a few. Okay, let's check that one. Something went wrong. Thank you so much, YouTube. There's something weird happening with my with the chat. The chat isn't working well from time to time tonight here, and I have to. So I have to So, anyways, there are still some over-the-horizon radar. Actually, anybody that asked for a sample copy of the messenger, I'm talking about radars and where they come from. And the messenger this month. Digital analog ham. Nice to have you here, Mr. Russo. Nice to have you here. Mickey Delman just sent the audio of the woodpecker. Let me just check that out. Checked it out. Where did you send it? Yeah, it's here. Woodpecker. Here it goes. So when that was over a broadcast, it was kind of annoying. But that was not jamming. That was not jamming. Because the jammer was really white noise. So thanks for sending it, Miki. Thank you so much. I want to say, while I'm watching here, hello to Elizabeth watching tonight, saying she is, as usual, listening and having a lot of fun and wants to say hi to everybody. And she says that she is tuning local hams in Saskatchewan that are on 160 meters, having a conversation with recipes. So she says she's taking notes. So welcome aboard, Elizabeth, in Regina, Saskatchewan, listening to 160 meter hams talking about recipes. Why not? Could be interesting. Ham radios about anything and everything. So it's cool to have everybody here. What else do we have? So thanks for the woodpecker, Mickey. It's much appreciated, and really nice to have that. No, on Prime Video. There's a Russian woodpecker film. Oh, I need to check that. I've not checked that. The only thing that I have that has a radio-related theme is that series, but that has the Lincolnshire poacher in it. Mr. Bales RF says 10500 has super darn radar today. Yeah, there's quite a few frequencies. I have a lot of it. Canadian Radio TV guy, temperatures reaching minus 39 Celsius in northern Alberta at times. Yeah, you guys are really, really in for a cold one. Sunshine forever, be minus 44 tonight with wind chill. Oh, that is cold. That is really cold. Getting to minus 60 parts of Yukon. Wow. Crazy. Yeah, it's QRM, but not jamming. They weren't using the woodpecker for jamming. It was really a radar. And also what was nice is the woodpecker would usually be there for like a few minutes, but it wasn't a constant signal there. They would use it for a couple of minutes and then it would actually go off. Everybody's saying hello to Elizabeth. So that's the friendship that we have here. It's nice to have everybody here. RGA Dakota, they would use the MAEC radio as a jamming system. Yeah, just like, when we look at China using CNR1 to jam, So, but you know what, Paul? You're talking, wonder if SDR could filter woodpeckers out today. So you guys remember that radios in the 70s and 80s, some of them had ANL, automatic noise limiters. They were designed to block pulses from electric motors, which was the dominant interference back then. And I remember that when woodpeckers would actually show up, I put the ANL, and they would have some effect because the woodpecker is a pulse. So it would kind of treat that pulse as if it was a radio frequency interference from a motor, which was kind of working. So kind of nice to, So back then, of course, there's one of the, I'm trying to remember, weak USB on 6501. At this time, this could be, I'll just check here if I hear anything. 6501 upper sideband. Nope, nothing here. What's on 6501 at this time? I'm just gonna check the schedules. Here 6501, you're on the West Coast. 6501. At this time you're getting the Kodiak Alaska weather. It's NOJ US Coast Guard weather. It's from 02 to 0300 UT on 6501. So you're hearing the Alaska weather station there, which I've never received here on the East Coast, ever. I tried it so many times. I heard it through, because I never heard it, so I needed to test out if it was really on the air. And I actually used some West Coast SDRs, and definitely I knew it was on the air because I heard it a few times there. So what you're listening to on 6501 is the Alaska weather station in Kodiak, Alaska. So kind of cool. A signal from Alaska. Dan says, could be possible that the headphones act as an antenna. Yes, absolutely. On some portable radios, actually, the sometimes the headphones do actually kind of play a role in helping. Where you see this happening, for example, on my Galaxy S9 phone, there's an FM radio, and the radio works only when the headphones are plugged in because they are the antenna. They use the antenna, the headphones, as an antenna for FM reception. So Mark Schmidt, nice to have you here from Maine. Pretty cool to have you on board, my friends. So yeah, absolutely. And there are radios actually that do totally use headphones as an FM antenna. Mostly FM is used for that, but they use the headphones. Rudolph White 73, take care, my friend. So yeah, in the 70s there was a lot of that going on, and there's one, I'm trying to remember which one what was the station? There's an interval signal. I don't remember which one it is. There's one of the interval signal, and has a perfect example of jamming, because at first you hear the interval signal of the station, and the jamming starts about 20 seconds into it. And you hear even the Morse code ID on it, but I don't remember which one it was, because I would have gladly played that for sure. Let's check it out here. A few little things. How about we guys want to listen to a little bit of old stuff from the past before we say goodbye for tonight? How about that? Always fun to go back in time. So this, let's check it out here. So this is an external service from a station from 1985. To give you guys a hint, that station, Free State, station still broadcasts, not from the original country though. It's relayed via WRMI, but still is existent today. So what station could this be? Here we go. That's the 1985 interval signal. What station is that? Anybody has a clue? Anybody has a clue? Let's play a little trivia here. Yes, Mickey Dalmage. Javier Fuertes Diaz. What do I think of the Texan S2000? It's a good-looking radio, but not necessarily the best radio. There are better radios out there, but it's a nice, good-looking radio, though. It's very sexy. Keegan says same with the Sony Walkman, using headphones as FM antenna. Actually, a lot of Walkmans were actually using the headphones as antennas. Absolutely. Oh yeah, the headphone receivers. They were like AM, FM, or FM radios. I remember there was my dad had purchased a pair of those. They had a little telescopic antenna. They were like big ear headphones, but they had a radio in it. I remember that. Yes, absolutely. So yes, Radio Prague in what was Czechoslovakia back then. John Hummel, pirate stations, there's tons of them. There's a lot of activity on the pirate bands, mostly on weekends, but there's a lot of activity, mostly weekends and the holidays. So here's the full playback of what I was doing.
This is Radio Prague, Czechoslovakia.
So Radio Prague, Czechoslovakia. That does take me back quite a lot also, Mad Radio DXer. Pretty crazy. Pretty crazy. What else do we have? What shortwave station you talking about, Mr. Bayul or F? Swiss radio. Let's have a little Swiss Radio International here. Let's go to Switzerland. So any country or in any interval signal, if you want to hear it, why not mention it? We're going to try to play that. We should have pretty much everything here on the website. I'm on the interval signals .net. So here we go. Shortwave Swiss Radio International. This is actually from the year 2000. Swiss Radio International from the year 2000. And here we go.
You're tuned to Swiss Radio International in Bern. Stay tuned for our programs to Southwest Europe in English, German, French and Italian on 15.315 megahertz.
Swiss Radio International.
Sunshine Forever. My first good shortwave radio. So I started out, my dad had multi-band radios that were probably pretty crappy because I didn't hear much. Then I had my first shortwave radio, which started my passion, was the DX100. I should have it here. I should find it a place here because it's the first radio that I had that I found real cool and listened so much to shortwave on. That's the first radio that made me hear the world. But today is really the problem is really it's crappy when you try it today compared to modern radios. But I started with that. I'd say the first that was a little more decent was I had a realistic DX302 somewhere in 1984-ish, I would say. And that was my main shortwave radio it was my first radio with a digital readout. And it was my main radio until the year until 19, so let me think about it, 1989-ish, 1990. It had a lot of problems with overloading back then, because it was a radio that when stations were too strong on the band, it would actually kind of wash out the weaker stations. So it wasn't, it was better than the DX100, definitely, but not very good. Still not as good as it could be. My first real big gun radio is when I had my first big job, and I think it's 1990. It's pretty much the year, and that's when I purchased a Kenwood R5000, which I purchased used from a guy that was selling it in the newspaper and the classified ads. So I got it with the filters and everything for. I ended up paying $800 for it, which was a deal because the Kenwood R5000 back in 1990 with the extra filters was around $1,600. So I kind of paid half price for it, and it was brand new. It was really brand new. It actually was. He had the receipt, and the radio was about 6 months old, and he had used it twice. I think I don't know what he was thinking of what that was, but I think he found out that it wasn't exactly what he thought, and so I had it, and that was my main radio for until 2010 ish, when the dots problem and a lot of the problems, it had tons of problems, and what basically it would work fine, but as long as I didn't shut it down. So I ended up for the last, I don't know, for 3 or 4 years, it was actually on 24 hours a day. I would just put the volume to 0, and I would never shut it down. And of course, what had to happen. We had a power outage one day and never came back to life again. So at that time, I had to decide, okay, what do I do? Where am I going next? We're in 2010. I still want to have a tabletop receiver. And my tabletop receiver of choice was because of a couple of things. I wanted to have a decent shortwave radio, but I wanted to have something that had coverage of the VHF UHF range. And for many years, I had been looking at the ICOM ICRD 500, and that's where my choice came to in 2010. Back then in 2010, we were not really talking of SDRs and stuff like that yet. It's still a little early. So I got I always tell the same story because it's kind of funny that it is like that. I got so I had change banks and all the things, and I was a guy that didn't really use credit much, and for many years didn't even have a credit card because I don't want to have any possibility of having to have too much debt. But that time period, I needed to have a really good cash flow because I was doing tech duties and I need to buy equipment and stuff. So, with the bank, I had some credit stuff and a nice credit card. So it's just funny because when the radio died, it's the exact same day that I got my new credit card. And I went to Radio World in Toronto on the internet. I looked, and the radio was on sale at $1,750, so $1,750. And I thought, well, that's a great way to start testing your credit card. And I purchased the radio, and I got it 2 days later. I got it 2 days later. But what changed everything here is the fact that my Icon, my CRD 500 was my main radio for a long time until I got a sense of SDRs. When I started playing around with the SDR Play RSP1A, which was my first decent SDR, I somehow left that radio. It's still there. It's unfortunately buried under tons of things. I have plans to actually add it here because I wanted to have that radio running. I mean, come on, I got it. Why not have it plugged in and work? So, and that the SDRs changed a lot of my listening world, because suddenly with the visuals and seeing the spectrum, it changed completely what how I was doing radio. And I'm sure a lot of you guys are like that. Once you get a decent SDR, you kind of not go back much to your desktop receiver anymore, because it's something different. And seeing a big chunk of the spectrum with its signals and everything, I mean, it's crazy. It is a changing experience in your radio hobby. So anyways, that's the timeline. Let's not go through all the portables, because I have a lot of radios. But that's pretty much the timeline for the shortwave side of things and the radios that I purchased. Okay, RJ88 Dakota. Favorite interval signal is Radio RSA. Yeah, there's a nice one here, Radio RSA. Including part of its programs. So Radio RSA, Voice of South Africa. Here's one particular broadcast from Radio RSA. And this is from 1989, actually. I have so many QSLs from Radio RSA. They were always beautiful QSLs too.
You are tuned to the English service of Radio RSA, the Voice of South Africa in Johannesburg.
I still remember even that. This brings me back to my teenage years listening to them. Pretty crazy. I remember sitting in the living room with the DX100 listening to that, being amazed that a signal from South Africa was making it all the way up here to Montreal, Quebec, Canada.
The time is 2 hours Universal Time. This is Radio RSA, the Voice of South Africa, broadcasting from Johannesburg, and we're transmitting to the United States of America and to Canada. And we're broadcasting on 9580 kilohertz in the 31 meter band, 9615 kilohertz.
I was about to say 9615 was the frequency I was listening to.
10 kilohertz in the 49 meter band. In our transmission, the news, followed by editorial comment, then our news magazine, Africa South.
Man.
And we start with the news read by Colin Jackson. In his bulletin, the chief of the South African Defence Force says he believes there's less chance now of another large-scale SWAPO infiltration into Namibia. The Angolan government says there's no...
Crazy. Crazy times. So that's Radio RSA for you, or JDA Dakota. Oh, the Delano, yeah. That's the Voice of America transmitter site. Didn't they dismantle the antennas and everything? Because that's the Delano, California. They had put it out of commission from Voice of America, and I don't think they have. Did they keep that up? Are the antennas and everything still there? Because I thought they maybe dismantled all of it. If they did keep it, it's interesting because maybe they're thinking, well, let's just keep it in case. But yeah, Delano was one of the. I have a QSL card from Voice of America with a sticker on it in the back that actually specifies that I was listening to the Delano, California transmitter site with that broadcast. Call Israel. Call Israel. I always found the interval signal of Call Israel kind of harsh. So Israel. Here we go. Israel, Call Israel shortwave. So Call Israel shortwave. So this would be this one. There was Voice of Israel also. They weren't always called Call Israel from I see here. There seems to be so let me check out here. Call Israel. So this one, Israeli radio interval signals. Oh, there were many of them. So let's check it out. Here's one that has been kind of remastered. We're going to say that. It was a remastered one, but it sounded like that. I wonder if, just check it out here. Call Israel. It's interesting because it's on the official site. It's kind of hard to find external service of. This is 1976. So they had several interval signals, actually. They had several different interval signals back in the days. What is this one from 1976 out of curiosity? Well, that one is.
This is Israel broadcasting from Jerusalem. Good morning, everyone. The time is 7 o'clock, 05 hours, Greenwich Mean Time.
Yisrael ditzin Yiddish von Jerusalem. Shalom und a guten Abend alle unsere Zuhörer.
Oh, man. Talk about getting nostalgic. Hey, guys? How about it? What else do we have? ABC's Waltzing Matilda interval signal. Waltzing Matilda. So Australia. Here's one from Australia. Radio Australia. Melbourne, 1982. This one here, Radio Australia, Carnarvon Vintage. And here we go, Radio Australia. Oh, the old Radio Tirana, yes. Here's the we're gonna play the old and the new Radio Tirana. The new Radio Tirana interval signal is very beautiful, by the way. So Albania, but I like to call that interval signal here the the communist Radio Tirana time. So that was Radio Tirana in the communist era. And that very March military communist like.
This is Radio Tirana. This is Radio Tirana.
A fun fact of Radio Tirana. There was a club here in Quebec, which was a French language club called the Club on Côte du Québec, which I was a member for a while. I was even the editor of the logging columns for about a year. It was, I totally understand what that club dissolved. It was a hell of a club, and there were a lot of idiots in that club. Honestly, it was not the way that you want it to be. And I had taken the job of editor for the loggings column because they couldn't find anyone, which I totally understood why after doing it for a year, because it was hell. And if you missed something from someone, especially, I don't want to offend anybody, but half of the members were from France. And if you missed one of the logs of one of the members from France, they would raise hell as to how you're doing a bad job. And of course, what you got to understand when you do a column in a club, you're not paid. You're doing it because you want to do it because you're like, doing the utility column that I do because I like radio and I want to participate. But I mean, if you're not happy, well, why don't you step up and do the column? Okay. And I mean, after a year, I actually wrote in my last column, I am tired of the pickering. I'm tired of all the people that are not happy. You know what? You want to do the column? Do it. And they never had the column again. And not just that, when I stopped doing the column about a year after, the club didn't even exist anymore. So, in the first years that I was a member, being new to Shortwave was kind of cool. There was a club here in Quebec, so I was happy. It was fun. And they had a contest. And the contest, I don't remember how it came through, but the contest, you would win a Sony ICF 2010 receiver if you had perfect score. And there were really strict rules and stuff. And of course, if many people had the perfect score, they would choose a name. Now, because some of the answers you needed to have recorded on a tape. One of the questions that gave, I think, was 100 points was you get 100 points if you record a laugh from that Radio Tirana woman on the air on Radio Tirana. I remember looking at the question. It was like, yeah, nobody's going to get that 100 points. I never heard her laughing in ever. It was just like, okay, yeah, this is, come on. It was just so funny. It's like, yeah, a laugh from the Radio Toronto woman that is so serious in her show, you know. Oh God. Okay, let's continue here. Let's check it out. Yeah. And so the new one, before we continue, the new one from Radio Toronto is okay. This is very beautiful. Honestly. Very beautiful. They have less variants today because they had a lot of variants back in the days. Yeah, I remember.
Switzerland. The Swiss Broadcasting Company has the Swiss Shortwave merry-go-round. It's 40% technical mailbag. There's some DX news.
I remember Clayton
news,
Howard.
Some taped interval. And
he was the first host I remember of DX Party Line.
Club news.
I even have a special QSL card for the farewell of Clayton Howard and his wife when he retired
This is carried to
from the show.
In English on Saturday from 1320 to 1340.
Thanks for sharing, Mickey.
Using a frequency of 15.14.
We need to get Mickey. We need to get Sheldon Harvey's tapes digitized.
10 hours.
I would actually be happy to do it. I got what it takes to play the tapes here and digitize with the console. I would love to.
715 megahertz.
You know, before the tapes degrade, and really nice to have all of that and all the souvenirs of radio from the time. So that is
9.725 megahertz.
That is Clayton Howard, DX Party Line. And for those that listen to the DX Party Line, you guys remember the intro song? The intro song for the show is here.
DX Party Line. This is a program for DXers by DXers and about the DXing hobby. We invite you to stay tuned for the next 30 minutes to the DX Party Line.
It's actually their final show from June 19th, 1984, and I was listening that night, I remember.
And my wife Helen will be along a little later in the program. And this is rather a difficult or hard, I don't know quite how to describe it, program for us because, as you may realize, some of you I'm sure have heard that we'll be leaving Keto soon. And this is the last time that we'll be hosting a DX Party Line. It's going to be hard for us. We're going to miss.
Man. Keegan, Dad once played the notes, the interval signal of Radio Moscow. Oh, man. That was nice. Mr. Bill's RF, the old VOA site in Delano, California. Go into Google Maps and okay. Interesting. It's interesting that they kept it. So, okay. Sunshine Forever had the radio, Kenwood R1000 and R5000 also. Yes, the Yaesu FRG 7700. Damn close in circuit-wise to the Kenwood R1000. Still have the Yaesu here. Mad Radio DX, same thing happened to me when I got the ELAD SDR. My ICOM and ARR desktop receivers have mostly been display furniture. That's pretty much what happened here too. Pretty crazy. Pretty crazy. What else do we have? Yeah, cool. Send the pictures, Mr. Bales RF. Doug Noble, birds singing on the RSA. Yeah, the one that I also with birds. You guys remember? What station? What station is this? What station is this? External. Let me check it out here. Okay. So external service. That probably should be it. What station is this? I just messed it up. There you go. I think this is the one I should have chosen. So this is what it sounded like from this station. There we go. You know what? We think sometimes that stations have been gone for a really, really long time. I didn't remember when Rye went off and left shortwave. This recording is from September 2007. So, you know, it's 14 years old. Not even 13 years old and a half.
RAI, Radio Televisione Italiana.
I remember listening to their, they had a 20-minute, I believe it was 20-minute French language to North America in the evening.
Che trasmette quotidianamente per l'Australia su kilohertz.
Types of people on the radio is there's the SDR guys that like me found something particular, and there's the guys that will be always radio guys that want to have knobs and the radio itself. Sunshine Forever says radio also in use in my collection is Kenwood TS for 940. And you bet DRR is better and much less noise compared to the Kenwood 940. Thanks for sharing your radio history of some of the radios you own and still have presently. I remember the birds. Artist Ali Crafter's Kitchen, best radio interval signals, Radio Australia. Yeah, they had the one with the birds also. They had the those laughing birds. What's the name? The Kakavura, something I'm trying to remember. It's dormant. Okay. I thought it was removed, but it's interesting. Thanks for the info. Letting me know that the Delano, California transmitter site is still up, even though it's not doing anything. 12, 6, 795. Radio Shack. Oh, nice. Multi-band receiver, Radio Shack. Oh, interesting. I've never seen that one. Keegan. Interesting. Interesting to know, what everybody went through, what the radios they used, and so on. No, the remastering, absolutely, David, does not sound as good as the real one. That's why I want to get the real one. I like the real one. When it was Tom the Extra, when it comes to interval signals, don't forget one of the most famous Botswana. Yes. Here's the Botswana one. And that one is apparently done by the studio DJs that actually are presenters that actually did it. So here's the whoops, not Burkina Faso, Botswana, and here it is. Of course, that was pretty much domestic. So this is from what, 1976. Let's try that, and if not, we'll try that. Is anybody that has listened to that? You are listening to that station. So is it this one? Yeah, there you go. The animals are apparently done by the hosts of the station. Actually, you just heard one laughing here, I think. Look at that. Well, that was Radio Botswana. It was easy to know you were in Botswana frequency when that was heard. Oh, God. Man. One that I have that I will the address before here. I told you guys how low the noise level was. I was actually fortunate to have pretty good reception of the 60-meter tropical bands. Back then I had, so this comes from a memory of, so I had a job that I hated, but, we have to pay the bills. You got no choice. You got to work, and I had no money. So you can't leave your job. You're stuck. It's like, if I leave my job, I don't have pay. And if I don't have pay, I don't pay the rent. So I'm stuck in a job that I don't want because I just don't have money. So at night, of course, going home, I was tired. It was a job that I started at 7 a.m. in the morning. It was dreadfully tough for me because I've always had a hard time getting up in the morning. So I had to get up at like 5:36 to go there. And, and get a bus and stuff. And it was, man, I hated that. But I would come home at night and I would do some radio listening. Now, I would often fall asleep coming home because I had to wake up early in the morning, and I would sometimes stay up late listening to shortwave before going to bed. And so sometimes when I did that, the next day I would like fall asleep. I would come home at 4 p.m. I would eat and I would just sit down and fall asleep, and then wake up is like 9 p.m. So half of the evening is gone. But because I'd slept, I had more energy, so I would still stay up. And almost every night, this was what I was listening to before I would actually fall asleep. And I was on my Kidwindor 5000 at the time. I had, I believe, 100-foot wire outside in the backyard. And so I would go to bed You see how well that reception is? My reception is as good as that here in Montreal. Take care, VT Radio. Stay safe. So this is Chad, Radio Nationale Chadienne. And I was laughing my head off because they would have a call-in show as they were starting their broadcast in the morning over there.
Ici N'Djamena, Radio-diffusion nationale tchadienne. Bonjour madame, bonjour mademoiselle, messieurs, bonjour.
This is also when, and there was a mix. It wasn't always French on Chad, but their program started. The first half hour would be French. They had news. They had a call-in show where people would call in and say hello to their families and friends before the day started and stuff, which was kind of funny when you look at how it was here. And it was like, yeah, okay, that sounds a little primitive compared to here, but that was my going to bed. I'd say in 1992, 93. Most nights I would just go down. Also, the frequency was unique because Chad was on 4904.5. So on the Kenwood, I had to punch in 4904.5, which I always found so weird that they had that odd off frequency like that. But that's memory of a long gone time of a when you look at it today. I mean, I hated that job, but when you look at it today, you were starting out. I was starting out in learning life, basically. It wasn't all bad. There was a lot of interesting stuff happening at that moment in my life. I was young. So we're talking 92. 92 is what, 23 years old. I was, it's the discovery of the world and discovery of a young adult of what's happening in life and so on. Today, I have a different take on it, but still hated that job dearly. And I worked there for 4 years before I left. And then I had, for those that like Seinfeld, I always put that moment as the same thing. We had, I know, I'm sorry, I'm saying the same stories that you guys probably heard in the past, but so here we have, of course, unemployment insurance in Canada. Today, you cannot leave your job without a good reason and get unemployment insurance. It doesn't work. But back then, you could. Back then, you could just leave your job, and if you had at least a certain amount of weeks that you actually worked and paid dues, you were able to get employment insurance. That job I hated so much that I was always doing like the strict minimum and never more than that, because it's like, I just don't want to. I don't care. And they had overtime all the time, and there's like, hey, you want to do overtime? And my boss was always telling me, it's like, you don't want to work. You don't do overtime and work Saturdays and blah, blah, blah. And it's like, no, I don't want to. I hate the job. I want to do the minimum available. That's it. But when they changed the rules to unemployment, which was somewhere in 1993, they gave a date. Until that date, you can still quit your job and have unemployment insurance. After that date, it's impossible. The Unemployment Bureau was on the other side of the street, actually, where I worked, sorry. So I went out. I asked the woman there, if I quit my job this week, I'm getting unemployment. Of course. What does a girl working for unemployment tell you? Why you want to quit your job? It's like, yeah, right. You have a job that's 3 times my pay. It's like, come on. So she said, yeah, you can quit your job. You'll have, unemployment insurance until that date. And that date was still far away. So I went back and I started being the perfect employee. My boss was so happy. I was doing overtime all the time, mornings, evenings, Saturdays. I was packing it in like the most. And the reason is very simple. They would give you, so the amount that you would get as premiums, as when you would actually receive unemployment, was based on your salary of the last 20 weeks. So for 20 weeks, I did overtime. I actually worked Saturdays to get the highest pay possible for 20 weeks. And my boss was like, hey, you've become a model employee. And I was like, oh, yeah, until I came to him and said, hey, Friday, it's over. I'm gone. I went, took the unemployment insurance. And so for those who watch Seinfeld, there's an episode called The Summer of George. And I always refer to that episode because it's like it was the summer of Gilles. And what happened that time is, I believe it's 1993. I left in January. Because I had done so much work, I actually received unemployment insurance that was almost as much as a regular 40 hours work week, because I had done a lot of overtime. And back then you had a lot of it. I had 52 weeks, a full year was given. And I thought, okay, you know what? I've been working at a job that I hate for 4 years. This is the last time that I may be able to enjoy life to the fullest before I'm going to work my ass off until I die. I quit the job, got unemployment insurance, and I took the full year. And what I did is have the best summer I ever had until this day, even though now, I'm self-employed and have YouTube and stuff. And I got to say, I got a good life. I got a great life. But I didn't know that I would do this. I didn't know that I would be self-employed someday either. I always thought, and at that time, you're still young. I was 24. You don't see their future really. You don't really know what to do. So I had the best darn year ever before I had to work again. And I still today don't regret it. I still today think it was the best thing I ever did. Because if I would have stayed there, I would have gone crazy. And I enjoyed life to the fullest because I had, a check coming in every 2 weeks. And it was really, really cool. And did a lot of shortwave. I remember I did a lot of shortwave. That I did a lot of scanner radio. That was like the peak of my scanner radio years. I would go out and enjoy the scanner radio in the summer, going everywhere with my little scanner radio, really having a lot of fun. So anyways, part of my life here. Sorry, guys. I don't want to blab too much. Mad Radio DX or BBC Education Interval Signal sounded like it was homemade on a musical keyboard. HP, you're in the USA. Go to Anonco, ANONCO, Anonco website. The only place you can be sure you have the right one and the good one is from Anonco, HB. Paul says, the ladies of Radio Tirana in North Korea attended the same broadcast school. Probably. Oh, thanks, Joe. I didn't know that. So because of Chinese New Year, Anonco is closed until February 17th. Radio Turkey was interesting. Cyberflyer 1, the original radio Voice of Turkey. I remember the original Voice of Turkey. So let's go here. The original Voice of Turkey. I was listening to their French language broadcast when I was a teenager. So the Voice of Turkey. Here's the Voice of Turkey interval signal. Back when I listened to shortwave. No, wasn't that one. Sorry, guys. Voice of Turkey interval signal was... There we go. That was an easy one to remember. Right, Italy with the birds, absolutely, Doug Noble. Thank you, Dalmage. Radio New Zealand, yes, absolutely, it does have the Kiwi, absolutely. You're right.
This is the Voice of Turkey.
My French is good, Canadian Radio TV guy. I was born speaking French. I started speaking English because I played with my friends. I was about 6-7 years old.
You are tuned to the Voice of Turkey.
My daily life is, apart from my work with YouTube and the stuff that I do in the radio, my daily life is French language. My friends speak French. My life is, in general, in French, pretty much. Canadian Radio TV guy.
And between 23 and 23:50 hours UTC on 6,015 kilohertz in the 49 meters.
No, you can't, because the Amazon, Joe, the Amazon sellers are the same that you see on eBay, actually. A lot of Amazon sellers of radios are the ones that you see on eBay. And you cannot trust these radios with the firmware version, even if it's Amazon. And because a lot of them are the same ones that we're selling on eBay, actually. New Year's Eve on the farm. I like that. New Year's Eve on the farm. Oh God, I better be drunk. I better be drunk for that type of thing. John Hummel has NHK Radio Japan on 6105. That one's always strong, absolutely. So, Chad. What else do we have? Dennis says employee of the month. You know. But you know what? Honestly, I have a great life right now. You know, I do what I want. I do YouTube. Come on. I'm at home, listen to shortwave all day. How many people at my age would like to do what they want to do all day because they can? Honestly. Vince says, you're talking about self-employment, man. I was 37 when I started working for myself. Super scary, but I would never go back. The freedom and satisfaction. Look, I can tell you one thing, Vince. At 24, you know, when I left my job, I was a different person back then, first of all, okay? Because a lot of you don't know what I looked like. And that at 24, you guys would have never have guessed that I would be doing a live show in front of an audience on YouTube. You would have said, whoa, I don't know what that guy's going to do in life. When I did that move, I was scared because for me, finding a job was like a hard thing. And so I had a hard time. I had a lot of, back then, it was very difficult for me to go to interviews. I was like very, very, shy. And interviews were like, a hard thing. And so when I did that move, I did it because I just couldn't go on anymore. That job was killing me. And I thought, well, look, I'll have a year of doing what I want. And then I found a couple of other jobs doing different things. I went back to school. One of my jobs was I went back to school and got an electronics degree and computer degree after that. Ended up in a job where everything changed because of what I had with my knowledge in electronics and everything. I went from being an employee to being the boss. And that we're talking 1997, 98, 99, year 2000 when I moved here. From 97, I got there, I was an employee. It was a decent paying job. I became the boss when the boss actually got sick, and I was the only one that knew everything. So from like on Friday, I'm doing my little thing, my little job. And the big boss comes over and says, well, on Monday, you need to wear a shirt and you're the boss. And I remember thinking, oh man, I'm going to be the boss. Really? I don't want to do that. I don't want to be the boss. But you know what? It was the best thing that ever happened to me because it changed it changed who I am forever. I had to deal with the employees. I had to deal with the companies that would buy the stuff that we were selling. And it gave me the confidence I didn't have. So it was the best thing that ever happened to me. And after being there for about four to 5 years, I had started in my head, I want to be self-employed. I want to have my little company, my little thing going. And I was thinking of doing some tech jobs and stuff. So I gave them a lot of time so that they could actually find someone to replace me because I knew it was a big task to replace me. And for me, it was like giving them back what they actually gave me. Thanks to you guys, I became a confident man that knows where he's going. Not always, but that will take more chances and do more stuff in life. So I told him, I said, look, when I talked, they panicked. When I told him, I was like, well, I'm going to leave at that date. And when I told them, it was maybe January. And I was thinking of going away in the month of May, roughly. So when I told them in January, they panicked. It was like, man, nobody's going to, there's nobody to replace you. We can't replace you. And I was like, hang in there. I'm drilling one of the guys in the back, showing him every single thing I know. And when we got into April, and I wasn't there anymore. I was already thinking forward. So less and less I was kind of thrilled and involved in stuff. I wasn't there. Sometimes there were meetings and I was like, oh, no, I don't have time for the meetings. Because I knew it was useless to go to a meeting when you know that you're leaving anyways. So I wanted to leave in May. And early April, the big boss called me to his office and said, so is that guy in the back ready, you think? And I said, oh, yeah. I said, oh, yeah. He knows everything. He knows everything I know and does it really well, too. He says, okay. Want to still continue working here? Or, yeah, he let me choose. He said, you want to still work here or not? I said, look, in my head, I'm not here anymore. It all depends. If you guys need me a little more, I'll continue working here. But he said, so if you leave today, he's going to be okay. I said, oh, totally. So the big boss got up, shook my hand, He said, I want to thank you because you didn't let us down. You could have just left. And I said, no, because I said to the boss, I said, you changed my life forever. And I never would have left here knowing that you would be in trouble because I wasn't here. It was my way of thanking you for all of it. And I still remember that when he shook my hand, he said, well, I'm going to give you 8 weeks pay. You don't have to come anymore. Take that to, continue your life into whatever you want to do. And he ended with, if someday you ever want a job and you don't know where to go, please do come back. And I said, thank you very much. Thank you for everything. I left. I don't know if it was the pressure of everything when I got outside. So I went in the back. I said goodbye to everybody, which was very emotional because I liked the crew and I know that they liked me back. And, I got a couple of employees saying, you are the best boss I've ever had. And I said, well, thanks, but you'll have others. And when all was over, I went outside. It was a beautiful sunny day, I still remember. And it's so funny. I don't know if it's the pressure of all of it. I started crying like a little baby on the sidewalk. It was like a scene that you can't believe. And I cried for like 10 minutes. It's as if inside the pressure of all of this and what was just happening was like overwhelming my own emotions. And I just had no control suddenly. And, became a tech guy and was self-employed as a tech guy for 15 years. Something came up in 2011, 2010, where something called monetization happened on YouTube. And I thought, what could I do with that? And look, I'm dragging my ass like I can with all of this. And that's life. That's life. So, it's interesting how things go. And it's interesting how life changes with what we do in life. Honestly, it's crazy. It's crazy. What else do we have? What else do we have? That's it, the memories, Cyberflyer. Trim belly, Mr. Bell. Too bad you're not playing video games all day. Yeah, well, I do play part of the day. Brian Weitenheimer, nice to have you here. I remember my summer of George of 1997, motorcycle tour guide for a whole season. That must have been great. Absolutely. If that's the stuff you like, here's the stuff you like. It's like just crazy. Just crazy. Just crazy. Take care, Log 2112. Oh, yeah. Dr. GP Saran. Just crazy. Sunshine Forever. Very interesting show tonight. Glad you're here and share your experiences in much that I can relate with. Catch you on the next. Take care, my friend. So, it's pretty crazy. Take care, Tom Bibish. Nice to have you on board as usual. That was a life-changing experience. That job changed forever who I was. I came in a shy guy and got out of there a confident guy, a confident man that wanted to do something in life. Without that job, honestly, Without that job, I would not be here. I would not be doing what I'm doing here, because I would not have the confidence. I would never have started doing live shows on YouTube with Shortwave and all. And I mean, Shortwave was the first live shows I ever did. I did a few on the tech channels and stuff. We tried stuff I did with my nephew from the Couch Show. The gaming stuff. It's a hit and miss thing for me. YouTube is a lot of hit and miss, because it's trying stuff. It doesn't work, does not work. And that's why, the question, how many times people tell me, well, you had, tons of channels because you're cheating. No, I had tons of channels because I tried every single idea in my head on YouTube. And I just kept going forward with what worked and abandoned all the rest. It's simple. It's only that. Some idiot in Finland thinks it's because I'm cheating. I'm not. I just decided, because, you have two choices. What do you do on YouTube if you want to try a channel? You could do one channel, one subject, and see where it goes. Or my strategy on YouTube was, okay, monetization exists. Let's do 20 channels with 20 subjects. And of course, you learn very fast that you cannot do that because it takes time to create content, post them on YouTube and so on. But you try it. And you look at all the channels and you're like, okay, these 15 channels don't work. I'm going to concentrate on those 4 or 5 left and see where that goes. And that's pretty much what happened. And now I'm concentrating on a few channels that really work. Live shows. I think it's you guys here on this channel. Somebody at some point said, hey, it'd be fun if you had a live show. And I remember thinking, yeah, that could be interesting. But I remember also thinking, wow, do I want to be live and show my face live and talk to people live? That is a little intimidating when you're not used to it. Doing a live show in front of an audience when you never did it before. One of the biggest fears in life, that if you ask people what's the biggest fear in life for pretty much everybody, it's speaking in front of an audience. It's the thing that people hate the most. And that's pretty much what I do here. Although I don't see you guys. So when I did my first live show, I was shitting my pants. It was a stressing moment. It was like, wow, this is the most stressful moment in my life. And was 2014, 13, something like that. And it was a Google Hangouts. And we continued, and I had more equipment over time and so on. Of course, today I get live. It's like, a friend of mine a couple of months ago said, hey, do you have, stress before going live, thinking that you're going to be in front of, before going live? No, I'm still thinking of whatever is happening in my life. And I just hit that. Okay, let's stream now. It's fine. No, it's not. I don't stress on going live. Probably because I know enough of my subject, first of all, to not look like an idiot on the air. And also, you know what? Part of being live is your audience. And when your audience, and you guys actually help a lot in there, when your audience makes you feel comfortable, it helps a lot. And you guys truly, and I want to thank you all for that. You guys make me feel very comfortable doing what I'm doing here. And this is really cool. And and I'm able to do and live through what is a very cool thing. I think anybody can agree. If you can live your life off of YouTube, it's how cool can that be? I got to agree. It's one of the cool things in life that could happen to you, Yeah, Chess Tank. Are they going to get it? Because I know that that company wanted to salvage the radios from the Titanic, and there was a lot of opposition because there was a lot of people saying, well, you know, that's kind of a grave. The Titanic is kind of a grave. People died there. Maybe we should just leave it alone. I don't know what to think. You know, I understand the grave and rest in peace thing, but at the same time, if it can be salvaged and put into a museum, why not? At the same time, you know, I don't know. I mean, I'm one of those guys that, you know, I understand when people die, it's sad and everything, but you know, I also understand that when people are dead, they're gone, and we got to stop looking at a place. That's my take. I know that not everybody shares the same opinion as I do, and it's fine. But for me, I think a perfect example. My mom is at a cemetery up north of the city. I've never gone there since she died in 2008. And I don't feel the need to go there because for me, my mom, the real, you know, saying hi to my mom is in a picture I have in the living room where she's there with my sisters. And looking at that picture, seeing her smile from a great moment I had with her in life. For me, that's more important than a tombstone in the middle of a cemetery where it's like nothing, you know, for me, that's kind of dark and that's not what I want. So, of course, being like that, I also think, well, yeah, a lot of people died that night. Absolutely. But they're gone. And it's a human thing to think that that's kind of a grave, if you want, if that what's left is a grave. Why not take that? Maybe it would serve better to salvage that and to show it somewhere and have us all look at that equipment thinking, wow, you know, that was used in one of the biggest tragedies of that happened on the ocean. You know, it's really something kind of interesting. Hey, I have a question for you guys before we leave because we're 3 hours 46, man. I didn't think, you know, I was tired. I had to wake up this morning at 7 a.m. because of an event that I did not plan. And of course, I went back to sleep a little bit after, but I was so tired when I started the show. I was like, I'm not going to do a long show tonight. I'm tired. And, you know, I was like, and here we are at 3 hours and 46, you know. And, you know, it's just funny. So the question I have before we leave tonight is how long have you been watching me either live or how long have you, you know, been watching videos on my channel? If you can remember before we leave. Paul says, thanks for sharing life lessons. Will be of value to the younger viewers. Yeah. And if I had one thing to say to the younger viewers is that if you're lost and you don't know where you're going, don't worry. It fixes itself in life. I was lost and didn't know what I was doing. You know, I remember listening to some music. You know, that when I talk about that first job that I left that I hated so much. I come from a family where, you know, being pushed or being told that you can do better does not exist. My dad was not a talker. My dad was a guy that worked like crazy so that we could eat and be okay. I never had a real conversation with my dad. It's funny to say, but I never really had a conversation with my dad. I come from a family where saying I love you does not exist. And to this day, I will say it here. I never said I love you to my dad or my mom, because that's the type of family that I was in. And when I became an adult and got into the real life, no one told me I could do something with my life other than being in a boring job. Except my brother. My brother was kind of a mentor a little bit in there. He was one of the guys that was like, we can do something better than this. Come on, we're intelligent guys. But overall, there was no pushing nor nothing. So for me, when I was in that job at 20, I started that job I was 19. I remember so many nights being at home, and anybody watching that's young right now and doesn't know where he's going. Okay. If you're less, whatever age, if you don't know where you're going, I had no idea where I was going. I had the impression that life would be boring job after boring job for the rest of my life, and that was miserable. Because I didn't have any way to, to grasp that there was something interesting in there. I understood one thing with my jobs over time, and that was that I needed space. I was a guy that was always sad when he was stuck in a 9-to-5 job with no room for breathing and being who I am. And as I grew up, things changed. One thing for sure is, if you don't know where you're going, start by going to school. Learn something that you like, because I think that's fundamental in having a good life. Okay, that's the first thing. Don't look at the old 51-year-old guy on YouTube saying, "I'm going to do that for a job." That is nonsense. I'm a little crazy in having jumped over to this. Fine, if you work, it works, and you're okay. But the chances are, and I think I jumped in YouTube into a time where it was easier, because today is really tough. Do what you like and take the time to understand that life, might be miserable. You might be in a moment where you have no idea what it's going to bring to you and what to do with it. But you know what? Look at every little details in your life and everything, every experience you're living through. There's a little lesson in everything that you do. You don't see it when you're young, because that's not the way I was watching them. So, I can see a young guy watching saying, "Yeah, that old dude, come on." And by the way, those that called me a boomer, I'm not even a boomer. I'm an X. Okay? And X are worse than boomers. Thing is, you don't realize it until you're older that, oh, wow, okay. And that guy was right. But if your life has no direction, all I got to say is, don't worry. Don't worry. If you're intelligent, capable of, handling yourself a minimum, you'll see things are going to come up, and you'll have so many occasions and so many things that you have in front of you pop up without even, you'll like something you'll never think about. YouTube. Come on. When I was 20, that didn't exist. I had no idea that I would be here today. Life brings you new tools and brings you options that don't exist when you're young. and you'll grasp one of those tools, and you're going to make something out of that. And that is probably what I would say is the real life experience. There's a tool somewhere on your road. You're going to use it, and you're going to do something with it. That's life. Bobby Burgess remembers the shows. Yeah, in the kitchen near the in the kitchen with the radio, the ICOM on the dryer. Jason Francis says, well, your shortwave show is a hit for me. Thanks for the hard work. We all enjoy and appreciate it. Thank you very much. It's really, really nice. Really, really nice. Bobby Burgess says, every show you did on YouTube is a hit. Wrenching for a living. Nice to have you here. So, you know, Bobby Burgess found me as the tech person first and radio person later. I'm in Montreal, Quebec, Canada, so my first language is French. So that's why I have an accent, because my English is not perfect. It's not bad. It's not perfect. And I'm Montreal, Quebec, Canada. Paul says, cheers to all viewers here, new viewers here. Yeah, it is fun to see new viewers all the time also. That's pretty cool. Jerry DX says, I need an outdoor and a gaming channel. Well, that'd be nice. An outdoor channel. So here's how you take your freshly your fresh fish and cook it when you have no fire. Yeah. A gaming channel. Yeah, I do have my old gaming. You know, I enjoy the gaming live shows I did with my nephew, because we were mostly drunk playing old Commodore games. Madrid the Extra says, I should thank you as well, Joe, for helping my channel grow as well. Got more viewers and subs since you promoted me in the videos. Well, you know, I'm happy to do that, because I got to say, I'm not in a competition. You know, insecure people feel that they are in competition with others. But when you know what you're doing, you're not in competition. Your channel is not a competition. It's something that adds even more fun to the radio hobby on YouTube. So all I can say is I am totally happy to promote. And anybody doesn't know Mad Radio DXer videos, go and have a look. Come on, guys. Okay. The more radio channels, the better. That's all I can say. Chastang says they showed the radio room in radios after 100+ years in salt water. Yeah, I was really surprised that something was left. From the Titanic radios. I mean, it's like, come on, it's like crazy. Man. What else do we have? Yeah, a lot of it was taken off the Titanic already anyways, you know. Vince says, don't you leave now. Oh, man. Oh, man. Yeah, the bird. Coco. His name was Coco. The cockatiel. Way before Paul the cat. Oh, God. Yes. Vince. 1 year and 3/4. Crazy. Wrenching for a living. Been watching this channel off and on for a few months. Cool. Chaz Tank found your channel several months ago. Enjoyed them all ever since. Thank you. Brian Weitenheimer says the second winter. Keegan, extending the extra, says first time I watched the shortwave radio show back in September 2014. Dang. Sunshine Forever, 8 months. Wow. Roughest news over 2 years. William Helms, at least 2009. Canadian radio TV guy. First video watched is the radio tips on wire antennas. Oh man. At Dage, 5 months. Cool. Casper Peterson, 3 years soon, I guess. Wow. Oh man. RTM, I believe this is my 7th show. RJD Dakota, at least 2016. Jason Francis, I have only been watching for a year and a half or 2. You got me back into shortwave. I thought the hobby was dead. Thanks for showing me the light. It's different, that's for sure, and we can't pretend that it's like it was in 1970. That would be, we would be fool to pretend that. Anybody coming back today and listened 20 years ago probably has a big shock seeing what's happening. But man. Mark Brando, yeah, the Google Hangouts, those famous Hangouts with the IRC chat. Oh, man. Charity X, it's day 1. Wow. Oh, man. September 28th, Keegan says, in 2014. Sergio Cordero Lamas, 1 year. Hi, Brawler. I've been following your channel since summer 2019. Back when I got my first shortwave radio. Cool. William Helms, yep. The Google Hangouts. Oh, man. Pretty crazy. Yeah, a lot of things changed. Absolutely. In 2017, when YouTube was hit with the big copyright, not copyright, the big ad, every company wanted to leave YouTube because they were displaying ads in front of videos that companies were not in agreement with, and big companies left. And I was in a big role back then in monetization. In 2016, I thought, yeah, I got it made. And then 2017 arrived, and that scandal arrived. Companies left YouTube with ads. I was left from 2016 to 2017, I was left with like 50% of my monetization of the year before. And I thought, okay, I just can't continue like that. And I thought in 2017, I thought it was over. In 2017, I thought that life is putting me into it's telling me you got to do something else. And that's where I asked for donations and stuff. And you guys were really cool with that because it helped me so much in continuing and being able to continue paying the bills and stuff. Because without your guys' donation, I wouldn't be here today. And it was a hard thing to go through, and slowly it came back. But that's the problem with YouTube is you just don't know. Anything can happen from day to day, and that's a really, really tough one. John Hummel Newell says, just found you last week. Well, I hope you're going to be here for years now. Paul says, this is the 4th live episode watching, catching up on the past. Cool. William Helms says, just about when you were his first Google Hangout show on. I think the first Google Hangout show is in 2013, October 2013, something like that. RJD Dakota, when I first started watching, you didn't have Paul. So Paul the Cat arrived here in 2015 for the first time, June of 2015. $7,004 kilohertz, Trimbali, Mr. Bale. 04. So what I'm going to do, I'm on 7,004, and I'm going to put myself in CW. If you want to try, if I hear something. Hello, carrier. before he eggs the cat. Tarek, hey, from Egypt. Nice to have you on board. Just woke up. We're about to go to sleep here. Man. Well, I think YouTube, there's still place for really creative content, but it's a hard place. And with the new rules of monetization also, it's making it a lot more difficult. MDK2, Matt says, I was a relatively late arrival, but it was probably summer of 2016 that I first found your show through mention on the big group on Facebook. At that time, you had to log into a different chat to interact. Yeah. Backpack and shortwave radio camping YouTube channel. Terry Bandel. So here's my wind-up a receiver. This one is a solar receiver. And I'm going to show you how I build my tent for my night in the forest as I'm listening to the soothing sounds of Radio Romania. Well, it's not being used much, but I want to use it more, Jerry DX. It's there, and it's looking at me saying, come on, man, I'm not used anymore. The icon my CRE 500. Keegan says, found your YouTube page from a search of the Grundig S450 DLX in 2013. Wow. Canadian Radio TV Guys has been operating my radio TV channel for 2 years, and my old one was taken down for some kind of copyright, but one of my videos on an old cheap Chino TV is now at 8.1K views. So cool. Paul the Cat channel. I know that would be popular. That would beat all of my channels. If I had a Paul the Cat channel. One thing I did think with Paul the Cat was how to take care of your cat and do videos with Paul the Cat doing that. Sergeant Rock, nice to have you here. Still some daylight left in Hawaii. Oh, man. Canadian Radio TV Guy says, I've recently been doing a series of vids on PL330, and it's really taken off. Yeah, talking about the latest trends and the latest stuff always helps because people want to see the new stuff. It shows here on my channel. I post a video of the PL330 and it has 1,000 views in like 24 hours. It shows that people want to see the latest trends of stuff all the time. One that I did not continue that I should have is I still remember doing a quick and easy recipes channel. It was meant to be, you're on the run, you don't have time. Here is how to make really fast recipes that are good and that are nutritious. I still remember that when I abandoned it, and I looked at one of the videos and it had like 250,000 views. And I was like, well, maybe I should never have abandoned that thing. People actually watch my cooking of quick stuff. Man. Butterbean, nice to have you here. Built in a box, 2 antennas and 3 radios out so I can run 3 radios from 1 antenna. Cool. Take care, Rufus Newt. Stay safe. See you on Facebook. Canadian Radio TV Guy. Been in the hobby since I was 6 or 7, and I'm 17 now. Never thought I would be involved in an entire community dedicated to it. It always thought I was just one in these kids. Yeah, when we don't go everywhere, we see how we feel lonely. Honestly, our hobby is a very solitary one, and this is an example of how it can be much better. Chris G7VEO, been a shortwave listener a long time, since 1970s, but found your show a few months ago when searching YouTube about my Texan radio and ham radio. Cool. Oh, man. Matt says 4 hours on. I know that's not a record for longest show, but might it be the record for a Wednesday night show? I believe I have one that's pretty long also, but it could be pretty much a record. Pretty much a record, for sure. Just make it on the same email, Vince, that you sent me that I sent you the it doesn't matter what email, but the same email that I sent you the link with Amazon. It's gonna be fun. Vincent, thank you very much. When you read this comment out loud, I'll push the transmitter full power. I'll do something different. Let me put myself at 7003 upper sideband. So try it if you want right now. I don't hear a peep or nothing. Oh, no, not sure. Not so good at trolling. That's good actually. Thank you. It's a YouTube hoodie with the with what's left of official shortwave channel written here. Oh man. Canadian radio TV guy. I'm hearing Morse code. I'm hearing some Morse code though. So I was hearing some Morse code though. So Canadian Radio TV guy says turning 18 on July 31st, and something people tell me a lot is when you look for a job, look for a job that involves something you love, and so don't find a job that you hate day in and day out. Oh no, that's very important. I had too many of those, and you don't want to do that. And once again, life will throw you things you didn't even think about. And at some point, you're going to be, wow, I remember, you're going to be like 50 one day. You're going to say, oh, man, I remember watching that guy on YouTube talking about radio. And man, he was right. Life threw me some opportunities that I never even, ever thought that would happen and changed my life forever. Keegan has been in a shortwave hobby since 405. When I got the Radio Shack 12795 on Christmas 2000. Wow. Radio Shack DX 402 and 2002, 2003. That is so cool. So cool. Keegan turning 25 on August 14. Hey, you young guys. Young guys. Cooking with Jill. M. Phillips. I think the channel, I took down the channel at some point. Radio TV guy says, never would have thought a decade ago at 7-year-old, sitting in my bed late at night, early in the morning, not being able to sleep due to my ADHD, listening to Coast AM, DXing AM stations. Yeah. Yeah, Butterbean, it's the Shortwave Festival. Go to SWL Fest, SWLFest.com. Shortwave. Usually that's the event in Pennsylvania, but it's virtual this year. Check that out. February the 26th, 27th. Radio TV guy says that a decade later I would be doing it with a bunch of other geeks on a live stream somewhere. Yep. That's what I'm telling you. Life throws you things you don't even know are there when you're younger. Take care, RJD Dakota. Always nice to have you here. It's pretty crazy. Pretty crazy. What SDR is he recommending nowadays? Look, I still am a big fan of SDR Play devices. So the RSP1A is a great, probably the best entry level for price versus performance. For shortwave, I can tell you the AirSpy is great. It's more expensive, a little more expensive, but it's great. RSPDX is a little more expensive, but it's great and has 3 antenna inputs. So hey guys, I never thought I would do 4 hours tonight. I want to thank you to thank you. So I'm going to be on 3998. Okay, quick. 3998 lower sideband. Let's try it out, but 80 meters to the west coast, I don't think. So I want to thank you all for being great fans. Interesting night tonight. It was kind of fun to be here. Hope you enjoyed the show. Thanks for being great fans. It's one of those things where we wander off and have stories and stuff. And I think that's the coolness of the show. It's like, Now, the live shows, the channel is further back, but the live show is 2013 William Helms, the first one. So I want you guys to take care. And we're going to end. No, nothing, Trimbali, Mr. Bell, sorry. So the next show, of course, this coming Saturday at 3 p.m. Eastern. That's 20 hours UTC. Hope you guys have a great rest of the week before the show. And I think, as you know, if we have to be nostalgic, I'll end with 2 little things. I'll end with a Radio Moscow interval signal and Moscow Nights song to end. So stay safe, everybody. Love you all. Life stories. Sometimes I I talk about them and I talk about stories like that. And, I know this is a shortwave and a radio related thing. So sometimes I'm thinking, don't go too much in that because you're boring people with your life stories. And, I don't want to bore people with subjects that aren't related necessarily to. They have a certain link because they explain why I'm here. But, I'm always thinking, well, maybe I'm boring the hell out of everybody with my stories. So anyways, take care. We'll have a Radio Moscow, little Radio Moscow. Once again, guys, listen to the amount of frequencies that they are using when they announce everything. It's just crazy.
This is the North American service of Radio Moscow, broadcasting on 17.70, 15.45, 15.42, 15.14, 12.05, 9.87, 9.76, 9.72, 9.70, 7.32, 7.18, 7.15, 7.11, and 6.11 megahertz.